Everyone has something to share, and either wisdom, story, or logic. And it's clearly amazing to hear all the differing missing links discovered by people, unique to their own journeys, and in how they have come to discover them. Together, we can help to build a bigger picture for a better future, for a brighter tomorrow. Let's stand united. Let's remove the veils, and let's create a new world together. Are you that missing link? Join Jesse Hale on the Missing Link Talk Show as he helps to unveil the mystery through the unique wisdom and story of others.
3, 2, 1.
Welcome everybody here back to the Missing Link. Today we are excited and honored to talk to someone who's become a political activist, religious activist, born to Irish parents, served in the military, has done ministry. He's traveled all around. He's learned a lot about symbolism, learned a lot about the Bible, learned just to share his knowledge with the world. And he's been getting quite a rough ride, especially as of late, because of what and who he is and what he represents. And he's here back on the Missing Link, I believe now for the 4th time, to share himself and his knowledge about what he thinks is happening to him in the world today. Stephen Manning, how are you doing today, brother?
Well, great, Jesse. I'm flattered. I'm so flattered. I think we should stop the interview now. That was great. just stick with that wonderful interview and introduction, and then leave it at that. Yeah, great. Thanks, Jesse. As I said, if I do look just a little bit haggard, it's been a bit of a wild ride the last few days. And I say wild ride, probably the wrong words for it. But I won't go into a lengthy explanation. But your listeners and your viewers who wouldn't know me, I'll just say I'm the administrator of the Integrity Ireland Association. If you're interested in knowing more, just go into the Integrity Ireland website. Now, that's all to do with legalisms and the law and, more directly with abuses of the law and the systems and the structures of the Justice Department, not just here in Ireland, because we've started to discover that it's actually worldwide. It's just that Ireland seems to be a particularly good example of it because of the size of the country, the age of the country. We're a young country. We've got a smallish population, and let's just say the nefarious actors within the system have managed to really embed themselves in such a manner that they're almost untouchable. And this, believe it or not, is one of the main reasons that Ireland is so important to the international, let's call them the international connected elites, the cabal, whatever we want to call them, who have globalist plans and ambitions for the rest of us. Ireland is a key player in this because at the moment it hosts almost all of the major big tech companies. Pfizer Bank, for example, is here. Hardly anyone knows they have a bank, but they have. It's based here in Ireland. They're building massive, and I do mean massive, data centers that are consuming almost as much electricity as some of the towns here at a time where we're supposed to be having energy crisis or energy price rises and everything and so on and so forth. But Ireland definitely is positioned in a way where it can take the lead on a lot of these European policy decisions in order to break the mold, so to speak, and then all the other countries feel more obliged to follow suit. But, our politicians, with a few very rare exceptions, who are usually independents, certainly the political parties absolutely can't be trusted anymore to look after the interests of the people. They're only looking after themselves, But anyway, yeah, the point is that what I hope we're going to talk about today, which is a topical issue and a very controversial issue, has got little to do with the law, for which most people in Ireland would know me for. They see me as a spokesperson for the rights of victims of malpractice and injustice. But as I explained to you in one of the previous shows, Jesse, I was fortunate enough to have a background in theology and psychology and world religions. And then I've had a broad swathe of different occupations from digging holes in the road to teaching university classes type of thing, military to truck driving, sports instructing, to leading expeditions around the world and so on and so forth. So again, not blowing too much smoke up my own, whatever you call it. It's literally just to explain to people that I hope I won't be seen as just another opinionated blatherer, that I try my absolute best only to speak about facts and truths, and we only drift into, quote, beliefs and such like when it's absolutely necessary, because we're in a realm that, we can't formally, empirically identify. So what we're going to talk about today, I hope is going to make rational sense to everyone. But if with your lead, of course, it's about the gender issue, this hot topic at the moment. So I hope people, and those people who know me are expecting talking about law and everything. It is all tied together, guys. It's all about the big picture. If we all fully understood the big picture, we would see when we're going astray, with different aspects of human existence and history and society and business and politics and all that. We would know immediately, we're off track now, because the signals are there to tell us,
Awesome. And I'm not sure if July 1st is any significant day in Ireland, but here in Canada, it's Canada Day. So happy Slave Day. Because people believe that, the Canadian flag is the representation of the slave flag. So I've got a Hockey Canada. This was actually worn inside of the one of the Olympic Games. I have a family member that was, married to a brother who was the coach he coached the LA Kings, coach Team Canada. So they gave us jerseys and gear that actually came from one of the Olympics. So this is just one of those representations. I really think that, the Canada should have the pot flag, the pot symbol, the leaf as the actual, symbol of Canada. That's what I would like to see. But, who am I to implement something like that for the whole country? But is July 1st any significant day in Ireland?
Well, interestingly, I think I remember looking it up. It was International Something Day, I think, and I can't remember what it was. Something funny, not International Fool's Day, April Fool's Day or something like that. But it was interesting. But it's very simply, I'll hold up a book here, Jesse, if I may. Again, and it's to do with the legalisms, criminality in the Irish courts and the absence of the rule of law, an expose of arguably the workings of arguably the largest, most profitable, publicly funded criminal organization in Ireland, etc., etc. We're talking about the courts, the courts and the justice system and the judiciary and everything. But interestingly, July the 1st was when that book was published. And it was the same day that they had announced that they were going, after 25 years of discussion, they were eventually going to set up a judicial conduct committee. And I applied for the job. There was jobs for 5 lay people and 8 judges. So they've got the 5 presidents of the courts, the domestic courts, are on this council, that's going to judge their colleagues' behavior, right? Then they've got 3 more judges elected onto it by the body, the union, if you like, of judges. And then they've got 5 members of the public, they say, or 5 lay people, non-judges, non-lawyers, to make up. And that's a great balance. It's only 8 against 5, even if they were all acting, with absolute integrity and due diligence and everything. Anyway, I applied for this. I did it tongue in cheek, but I publicized. And on the grounds for why would I be suitable for the job, I said, well, number one, I'm not scared of you so-and-sos, you know what I mean? Secondly, I'm the head of the Integrity Ireland Association. Thirdly, I've written a number of books now about justice and everything. Fourthly, I'm not going to balk at the idea of throwing a judge in jail for criminal behavior, and all this. And of course, we published it. So it was on July the 1st. We waited until July the 1st before we published this book. And on the same day, we set up what is known as the People's Tribunal of Ireland. Very simply, it's a bit like other people's tribunals. You don't have any enforcement powers, which is this is the dark side of things, because a lot of our state institutions now, they just operate with impunity and license. They visit tyranny on the population purely because they have the enforcement powers. They've got the police, they've got the courts, they've got the prisons, they've got the civil servants, they've got the judges, And when you as an individual are facing up to all that, you can quote all the law you like in the world and all the constitutions and the Canadian flags or stars and stripes, wherever it is, that floats your boat, as they say. It doesn't matter. If they've got the power, they're going to do it. you know. So we set up a People's Tribunal on paper, which is an alternative to these corrupt Irish courts, and which can issue a document. So if you had a case, Jesse, without going into unnecessary detail, you could come to the People's Tribunal for just €100. And that's just to cover administration costs for just €100. We've only done one case so far. It was one of my own cases to set the standard and the example. We've got an idea how best to do it now. It's simple. It's a 3-week process. And at the end of it, you get a document. We invite the offending parties to come and say their piece as well. If they don't, they forfeit the right. There's no adjournments, no nothing. And you get a document that says the People's Tribunal of Ireland, in this case, has found X, Y, and Z. And it's usually only one question. Have my fundamental constitutional rights been violated? Yes or no? And the document states it, yes. And you have 3 adjudicators who are unknown to each other, and therefore cannot be taken out by the system or the establishment. They're not there sitting in on the venue. They look at the video evidence. The venue is done by an MC, a master of ceremonies, who just reads out the evidence on camera in front of some public or whatever. It's a great system, very logical, and it would literally do away overnight with the whole need for a legal profession, provided you had 2 or 3 honest people as adjudicators. And they can change all the time, Anyway.
Sounds like a great system. And the one that you were talking about that you applied for with the 8 judges and 5 people, regular people. So obviously you didn't get on it, probably because they didn't want someone who would stand up and have no problem throwing judges. But as well as, even if they had 5 regular people, which probably they handpicked the 5 people, to ones that are going to be, but even if they didn't, it just seems so fitting that they stack it against it. It's 8 against 5 anyways, because it would be a majority rule. So even if those 5 people were opposed to the 8 other judges, they still had no power, because the 8 would overrule the 5 in that type of a scenario, right?
And just in case, even then, just in case 3 of the judges grew a conscience all of a sudden, which would probably disqualify them for a position on the Judicial Committee. If they did, they've made sure they've put a guy in charge. I won't name him, it's not necessary, but he was the previous senior registrar at the courts, at the court service in the high courts. He's been given the job of vetting any applications, and I can tell you it's stringent. You've got to write your complaint at an angle of 42 degrees in green and blue ink, and whistle, be able to sing songs about elephants at the same time. Otherwise, it doesn't get past the the loops and the hurdles. I'm being facetious, but it's a very onerous procedure. But that is the problem. The problem is the so-called authorities have captured all of the professions, all of the media, all of the oversight bodies, all of the policing and military and everything. They've been captured by the so-called authorities, or actually, to take it a level higher, they've been captured by the people who pull the strings of the authorities,
the puppet masters.
And to go a stage higher again, if you like, who've in turn been captured by the Prince of Darkness himself. And that's my little bit of religious training popping in a little anecdote or two, but won't drift off of this. But actually, he comes into this presentation, you'll see in a moment. And
wonderful. I was just thinking what may have happened if you applied for that position, knowing what saying, yes, I believe in the crown, I believe in the justice system, and believe you wrote all of what they probably wanted to hear, whether or not maybe you would have gotten on the board just by putting, the kiss-ass flavor to the application, opposed to telling them you stand for truth, freedom and principles.
Well, just to close this particular subject, Jesse, and this again is another fact, I'm guessing it was, anyway, it was a few months ago. The Chief Justice of Ireland announced that there was going to be a public presentation and debate on human rights and the rule of law, and that European judges were being invited to it, and lots of eminent lawyers and all that. And, this was one not to be missed if you were in the legal profession and everything. And tickets were released. It was at a university in Dublin here. So I got myself a couple of tickets, right? Now, this will sum it all up, right? This is in Ireland. We're supposed to have the rule of law, in order to be part of the European Union. You can't get into the European Union unless you demonstrate that you have the rule of law. We don't have the rule of law. It's another bloody nonsense. But I got my tickets, and somebody, I think I may have announced it on a video, hey, everybody, there's this thing, we'll see you there. And somebody from the court service wrote to me and said, look, Mr. Manning, don't go to the venue because we've revoked your tickets and you're not getting in. Now, this is to do with human rights, fundamental human rights, and the rule of law, right? The International Human Rights Commission is there and all the rest of it. And
wow, they revoked your fundamental human rights at a place that they're going to discuss human rights, but wow.
Yeah,
I sure hope you made that very public.
Yes, and the funniest part of it was, Jesse, it was a horrible day as it turned out. It was pelting with rain, and I only got notified that I wasn't going to be allowed in, a few days before the event or whatever it was. Other people bought tickets, and I had somebody went in and asked the Chief Justice, why is Stephen Manning standing outside in the rain? But you know what they did? This is what's funny, right? I then broadcast, to everyone, look, this has happened. I said, I'm going anyway. I didn't expect anyone to turn up, and the people that would normally support us might turn up at court and that, but they'd have no real interest in going to an academic discussion about the rule of law and everything. And it was held in a university. But because I said I was going, there were 3 or 4 buses of police guards there. And I remember arriving, I think it was going to start at, I don't know, let's say 9:30 in the morning or something. And I arrived, we stayed in Dublin overnight, and I had my son, Danny, my special needs son, Danny, with me. And we arrived and went straight, and we saw all the guards everywhere, And funny enough, just as we pulled up, the judges were getting off this big coach from the European Union. And I had big cardboard cutouts, not cardboard, corryboard, like 3-4 foot high corryboard placards made like this, and a whole load of flyers, little paper flyers, and I'm handing them out. These judges think I'm part of the setup there, handing out leaflets on their way in. They're taking these leaflets off me. Oh, what's this? It really was. I mean, there are funny moments, there are funny anecdotes, but as it turned out, Danny and myself stood outside under an umbrella, absolutely pelting down with rain. Guards on the door, police, I go up to the chief inspector or whatever was in charge, the chief senior guard, and he's going, oh, they know me by name. Hello, Stephen, how are you? And they're looking around for the hordes of, peasants that are going to come out of the bushes and flood the place or something. But of course, it was just me and Danny. And I said, that's all right, lads. I said, you all know what's going on, don't you? They say, yeah, they're sort of apologetic. Yeah, I know, Stephen, we've just got to do our job and everything. I said, well, look, you can send everyone home. Stop wasting all this taxpayer money on overtime. I said, I'm just going to stand outside the door here and be a polite nuisance and embarrass all of these big wigs as they come in, know them all by name. Hellos. Of course, I was drenched, water running down me, but we were still handing out these, and all the students as well. That was the other interesting thing, because some of them are studying law in that university. They were all streaming in to classes, all the young people. And we're saying, looking forward to a career in law. And they go, yeah, that's it. Read this and you might think twice, read this. Do you know that they're holding, a debate about international human rights and the rule of law in there? Yeah. But I've been blocked from going in because I represent the Integrity Ireland Association. So
I represent human rights, and they're blocking me from going into a human rights convention.
They also know, Jesse, that I know that, for example, the International Human Rights Commission, the Irish Human Rights Commission, the Irish Council for Civil Liberties, and believe it or not, Transparency International Ireland are all partly funded by the Irish justice system. And you cannot possibly, just like Pfizer and the mainstream media, the mainstream media can't possibly hold to account their main sponsor. It's not going to happen. So anyway, like I said, it's institutionalized hypocrisy. There are solutions. We won't be getting into that so much today, but there are solutions. I must, Jesse, because there we go. Yeah. Crisis Color Coup book, which is about the what, guys. I don't know. We can say it on here in case it gets suspended.
You can say whatever you want.
Okay,
I don't free any speech. If we get deleted, we get deleted. We open up another account. I'm sick of this having to not
It's
say
ridiculous.
vaccine or not say, pandemic or not say election fraud. We say what we say, and we deal with whatever comes our way.
Excellent. Well, then, so if people can see that, go and look at that title, guys. It's not just about, the pandemic and how it happened and why it happened, what, how, and who, but it's about how human evil has, without us realizing it, we are all being incorporated into the dynamics and the structures of human evil, which manifest themselves on occasion like this in the pandemic. And in things like the Ukraine war, and in things like we're about to talk about, this gender issue, right? And please don't worry, Jesse, in advance. I'm pretty sure. You said my live stream is cut off. Okay, I'm pretty sure that by the end of the discussion, everybody will understand. There's a few tricky spots in this little presentation we're going to discuss today. But if people bear with us, they'll realize, oh yeah, it all makes sense. And it's not, it's an accurate observation on universal law, how it relates to human sexuality and the gender issue without, well, in fact, instead of saying without condemning any particular group, sort of condemns all of us, so we're all sort of in the same boat, if you know what I mean. I'll prefix with that so that people realize this is not about one group saying, "Oh, we're right and you're wrong." Absolutely not. It's more about saying universal law says this. Where am I in alignment with that? And on the heterosexual scale, is the heterosexual scale actually universal law? Yes or no? And I hope we're going to go through that and explain it. And if so, where am I on it? And what right do I have to promote any other alternative other than universal law, or as the religious people have put it, God's original law, Oh, good. You can pull them up. Great. So I think we've got about 15, Jesse. And because I can't preview them here, if necessary,
I can't move them. So in order for us to go from slide to slide, you have to do it on your end. I can only bring it up. So when you click to yours, you won't see me, but we'll all still be seeing you. We'll all still be hearing you. You go through your presentation. You just won't see me or any of the comments.
No. I'll tell you, Jesse, what's partly interesting is seeing you go like that occasionally. Whatever, If I were you, no, honestly, I'd say to you, Jesse, just as it is at the moment, this is nice because it's big enough for the slides, and you can also then ask me questions on behalf of, because it's possible that
So what we can do is whenever you click to the next slide, just click back to this screen then, and then you can still see and then you can still see me. When you got to click to the next slide, you got to click back to that screen, flip it to the next one, and then come back to this one in order for you to still see me and my reactions to whatever you're saying.
Well, this is, like I said, this setup is nice with the two of us on the side and there's the slide there. I like that, Jesse. So here we are, the question, the sex and gender question, the logical explanation that aligns with universal law. All right, nice picture there. So we'll pop to the next one. Now, the generally accepted understanding is that there are 7 universal laws. Universal meaning they apply to all of us. They're things that are inviolate, just to read them out quickly: attraction, vibration, perpetual transmutation, rhythm, relativity, polarity, cause and effect, and the one we're talking about today, which is gender. Now, what's really important here as a starting point is that people will say, well, who says these are universal laws? And in some versions of universal laws, they break some of these notions down into separate, and they create 12. But it's all roughly the same thing. Now, all I can say is this, is that some of the greatest scholars in history and wisest souls have come to this consensus that, right? And today we're just looking at number 7, gender. And people have to say, gender. So what exactly is gender? Let's see. I have to go. Right. So nice little beautiful picture here for you, Jesse. Okay. So who, what, where am I? The gender question in universal law. Now, I'll have to talk people through some of this. I'll read the text at the bottom first, and then I'll expand on what we have to, all right? You'll see on the left masculine, you see over on the right feminine. Just just bear with me for a second. This will all make sense. This is not makey-uppy stuff. This is all scientific and very literal and empirical. The answer to this unsettling social question lies again in the properties of light, the essential core energy of the universe from where all known things originated, including us. Human beings, therefore, can literally be described as children of light, at least in our original pure forms. Quite important that, our original pure forms, fully united in spirit, mind, and body. When we walked and talked with God in the mythical Garden of Eden before something seriously went wrong. So arguably, it is to that original model of human sexuality that we should aspire, and not to deviations from it. But don't get put off by the word deviations. I mean it in its literal format, a departure from a pure original model, okay? So in this slide here, guys, very simply, you see smack in the middle there, I've got the gay pride flag, you know, that everybody's recognizing these days. The symbol in the middle is one of the symbols that is being used. It's a combination of the masculine top left and the feminine top right. They blend them together to create this homogeneous symbol to represent sort of gender fluidity and everything. We'll come to that in a moment, okay? Because remember, as Jesse has said before, symbolism also is an important factor here. You see the little fella on the left, that's a man, right? And the three little circles on him correspond to spirit, mind, and body, okay? Spirit is white, mind is represented by blue, body is by red. Over on the right, the female with the same spirit, mind, body, okay? The feminine end over on the right is blue, the masculine end is red, because in the middle you see there the visible light spectrum. At 700 nanometers, that's roughly the limit of what you can see. And at 400 nanometers, that's roughly the limit of what you can see. After that, you go into infrared and ultraviolet and gamma rays and lasers and even radio waves and all that sort of stuff. So that's the visible light spectrum, and it resonates between red at one end and blue on the other. So what I talk about this in terms of what we call the triadic archetype, which is based on the notion of spirit, mind, body, or concept, plan, action, or deity, feminine, masculine, Eden, Eve and Adam, so on and so on and so on, okay? So let's see what the next slide. So I hope everybody's with me so far. Remember the two numbers, the 700 and the 400. This is important. We're talking about the gender question. Here we go. Next one. Now, I'll read again from the bottom. The numbers 7 and 4 and multiples thereof, 70, 700, 7,000, 40, 400, and 4,000, etc., repeat uncannily and with great frequency in mythology, history, religion, scripture, science, and nature. Most notably in the electromagnetic spectrum, which is visible light part, providing us with a natural and logical template from where to assess the essential credibility of a theory of gender that has two and only two authentic, natural human expressions that align with universal law, which are, of course, masculine and feminine. Now, I'm saying here, before, I'm not so much making a statement as I'm saying we're going to assess it based on this uncanny alignment of these numbers and colors and everything and symbols that line up with the electromagnetic spectrum and particularly with the visible spectrum that we all see. In other words, undeniable light energy that we're all made of. It's an essential part of who we are and everything around us. And if we only understood it in context of these things like the gender question, there'd be a far less acrimony and animosity and confusion about it. But let's just go. So there's the center there again. Top left is a diagram, and again, all I can say to your readers, I'm looking at this on a small screen, but the readers obviously can freeze it at any point, blow it up, and see. That is a diagram of an atom. On the left is the proton, on the right is the neutron, surrounded by the electron. It's a very similar thing. If you look top left to the little masculine man and top right the feminine woman, very similar to them coming together like a family, surrounded by love. That's the electron. I won't talk about the quarks. Sorry, but I'm waving my hand here. I won't talk about all the quarks and everything at the moment. Over on the right, you see the chakra system, Jesse. We talked about this before. And this is to reinforce the notion that the white chakra, the blue chakra, and the red chakra are exactly in alignment with the seven sequence chakra system. The priest on the right is a high priest of Israel. For some reason, they were ordered, just like the tabernacle had to be covered and the curtains and everything in Solomon's temple had to be red, white, blue, and purple. Again, I'm going to go quickly on this today because I don't want it to be another 4-hour marathon, Jesse, and I want to keep people's interests. Please check it out, check your Bibles, and ask the question, why has nobody ever explained how all of these colors and numbers in the Bible in particular align with the visible elements of light? Makes sense, doesn't it? I am the way, the truth, and the light. Anyone who comes through me and all the rest of it, children of light, bang, 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 bang. All the symbolism is incredible. In the middle, we have the notion, I talked about this before, Jesse, on another show. The Greeks had a concept of soul, right? They had a different name from it. I'll tell you in a moment. But their concept of a soul, it was a notion. Of course, they couldn't prove it, but they had this notion that humans had a soul, and they thought it was made up of fire and water.
Wasn't the Greeks said that the brain or the mind was the soul?
The seat of the soul. They may have done, but they had a concept. They had a concept, but it was made of fire and water. And here again, roughly speaking, you have the notion of red, fire, power, masculine, corresponding to feminine, water, clouds, and all that, lakes. And they called their notion of soul atom. Isn't that interesting? Isn't it interesting? Just again, little literal coincidence, but whether or not we took the notion of atom from their concept of soul or vice versa, who knows? But isn't it interesting? It all aligns with these. Then bottom left there, again, it's another clip from a scientific article that emphasizes we see between 400 nanometers and 700, between deep blue and deep red. Okay, there just above is a picture of Jesus, just to intrigue a few people, as a Messiah figure wrapped in what? A red robe, red and white. Bottom right, you see a picture of Our Lady, or let's just call her the mystical lady of the apparitions. Again, that's another presentation for another day, I believe, Jesse. But interestingly, she's almost always dressed in white and blue, or white, just white. Okay, there's a very profound reason for this, again, that's been missed by almost everyone. And then just the text here in the middle. And it was 1917, for example, when Our Lady of Fatima appeared. And in that year, these same things happened. Communism in Russia started for 70 years. And look at what happened. The flag, the red, white, and blue flag, do you see it? Which was Russia before 1917. Then you had the Bolshevik Revolution. They changed their flag from red, white, and blue to this communist red. Okay, the absence of blue denotes the absence of the feminine. A crushing communist state comes into force. It lasts for 70 years. Look at the number 70. Very interesting, doesn't it? Then the suffragette movement and the first female politicians arise in America and the UK. The very first female politician. All of this feminine activity, you see. Why? The Ottoman Empire falls after 400 years. This is the Muslim Empire. Exactly 400 years. It falls on that year, 1917. The Protestant Reformation had happened exactly 400 years ago in 1517. Now, coincidence. The Balfour Declaration recognizes the Jews' right to a homeland. This was a British political initiative. But again, it connects with the Jews in as much as they were the forebears of the protected people of God and all the rest of it. My daughter Zion, blue and white flag, blah, blah, blah. It's very interesting. And finally, Our Lady of Fatima appears warning about Russia. So I hope people are at least entertained.
We're with you. And the only thing you didn't mention that the Balfour Declaration was also mainly spearheaded and funded by the Rothschild. It was a Rothschild initiative that did make the Balfour Declaration what it is. Yes,
and and again, obviously, when I list in some cases historical coincidences are sometimes just that, but the connection with Israel is what makes it important. But that'll become apparent later. It doesn't mean it was necessarily, good or bad. What I'm saying is, like, isn't it curious? In 1917. All of these things lined up, and it's not. As a matter of fact, I devote a whole chapter in the book to 1917 and the battles on the Ypres and the Marne and all the rest of them, what was happening and how it happened, and the politicians and the Treaty of Versailles that follows up and all that sort of stuff. But anyway, we won't go into that now.
I do got a question for you, though. Do you think that these numbers line up for the times that these things happen? Because they're symbologists and they use these numbers to enact these different times in life? Or do you think that that's just a mere coincidence that life, goes on these cyclical patterns of these 7s and 4s and 400s and 700s, just because that's just how life creates itself?
Now, this is very interesting because if you, right, it's a long question, Jesse, and let's see if I can just keep my head around it, right? First of all, if you were to remove human free will or even human agency from the story, it'd be far easier to identify cycles in nature, for example, if they aligned with this, and especially if they are cycles at the atomic level or the DNA level or things like that, which we're starting to discover as well. But what's possibly even more interesting is, first of all, when you factor in the fact that humans, as we point out later in the presentation, we're the only entities in creation that we're aware of that are capable of evil. Now, evil as opposed to wrongdoing, mistakes, lemmings falling off cliffs, this is, humans have a different level.
Purposeful destruction, purposeful intention behind, trying to harm or to destroy or to, with a purposeful intent, what you'd classify as evil.
Yes, exactly. So I believe I've already documented sufficient evidence that there is such a thing as the triadic archetype. It's the name I've given to it, all right? It's a phenomenon. It's a very real phenomenon. It is too self-evident to deny. What its origins are and what its purpose are, I'm starting to posit some strong suggestions. But when it's not so much a case of they, right? Because again, if nobody knows this knowledge, like for example, I did a presentation on flags of the world on this theme, the light spectrum and everything. Up to a certain time in history, you can claim accurately, well, nobody knew what they were doing when they chose this color and that color for that flag. So we can safely conclude or assume that some other energy or force or pattern made this happen. But after it was documented, and I say arguably after I published the first book about this in about 2003, I think, The Color of Truth, and I started documenting these phenomena. After that, it's always possible that someone's read the book and gone, ooh, I know a way of making sure that all the Christians follow me when I tell them that I'm the next Messiah, or, that I've had a great revelation. I'll use this color phenomenon that, let's say whoever this Manning guy has discovered, and they then create something that aligns with the pattern for a nefarious reason, So what makes this beautiful, Jesse, and what makes me very, I want to say excited, not so much excited about it now, because for about 20 years, nobody paid any attention, What makes me somewhat excited about it is that we're looking at a possible blueprint from which, given enough thought and given enough research, we can actually start to identify what we're doing wrong in human history and how we need to correct it. As opposed to everybody just having philosophical discussions about who's right and who's wrong and which political system is better than the other. You can hone it all right back literally to the properties of light and point out that, look, all of the animals and all of the plants and the weather, when it's not being interfered with, and the oceans and everything, all harmonize. The universe, the sun, the moon, the stars, the billions of universes out there, they all harmonize with this program. We're the only ones that are out of alignment. But because we don't know what the program is in the first place, we also don't know when we're out of alignment with it. Casually in religious terms, we call it sin.
Or the puppet masters do know, and they're purposely making us out of alignment, which they don't want us to be aligned and in harmony and in balance, because that seems like that's what's happening, because most people that you would talk to would want to be in alignment, would want to, if they knew what that alignment was.
This is brilliant, Jesse, and this will fall neatly into what we're going to discuss shortly, because there's definitely one great puppet master who absolutely knows all about this, the dark fella himself. Now, to what level that knowledge is transferred to the human puppet masters, the oligarchs, the top level, without naming any particular group, but these interconnected, super rich, super powerful, and often Luciferian or Satan worshipping elites, even though people in their organizations may not be aware of it, they have a notion. There's someone said atom equals atom. Funny enough, the word for I missed all of it.
I was just going to say, not elites, Stephen. Parasites. Get that right. They're definitely not elites.
No, predators and parasites. You're right.
That's a better way, because I don't like people calling them elites, because that's thinking that they're just elite to us. They're not. They're actually the scum of the shoe. They're the parasites. They're the ones who are calling this. So I try to refrain from ever referring to them as elite at all.
All right, we'll prefix it with so-called or self-appointed. Yeah. But no, you're absolutely right. And so what I'm trying to say is that, there were Adam equals Adam, love that. All right. But actually, what's also very interesting? Adam, translated from Hebrew, is red. Now, isn't that interesting? And in Native American tradition, I can't remember which one, the Sioux or the Lakota Sioux or someone, I can't remember for sure, but they are what they call it a cosmogenic myth. Their story of Eden, if you like, their origin story, has lone man. That's what his name is, Loneman, lone man in their language. And he's made of red earth. Isn't that interesting? Yeah. So at the moment, I won't read these comments just yet because I'll get distracted.
Sounds good. Let's do the presentation, and then I'll try to get to any questions. So
sure.
If y'all that are listening do have some questions, wait till a little bit towards the end of the presentation, because I can't always scroll back and see. I try to get as many questions as I can, but if you can just let Stephen, kind of share his presentation, and then at the end, we'll get into a little bit of question and answer period where, Stephen can actually answer some direct questions that you do ask.
Yeah, if I can. Thanks, Jesse. And thank you to the viewers watching. It's only that I notice when they pop up, I tend to want to read it. And of course, it's better if I just do the presentation, because some of the questions no doubt will be answered. I believe it's a full circular presentation. And by the time you get to the end of it, you go, oh my God, I see where he's going with this. So here I said, we're going to assess the essential credibility. All right. We're going to assess the essential credibility of a theory of gender that has two and only two authentic natural human expressions that align with universal law. So there's 2 or 3 parts to that statement. First of all, we look at all the fact that these numbers and colors keep uncannily repeating tells us there's something to pay attention to here. And I'm suggesting that we use this to assess whether or not it is credible to make that statement that there are only 2 genders. Okay, I think that's about as politely as I can put it, So here we go. Now, what I've done here, guys, if you look on the left, on the right, we've got spirit, mind, body. Do you remember we talked about before, right? We'll get up to the top in a second. I'll read the text. The symbolism is undeniable. An archetypal message permeates all aspects of human knowledge, human endeavor, and human history. Largely subliminal, but nevertheless self-evident in the very material of the universe, light and energy. The colors and numbers of the electromagnetic spectrum appear in our histories, our mythologies, our scriptures, and all other human endeavors as a warning and/or a correction as to when we may be out of alignment with natural or universal law. So why would it be any different with sexuality? Okay, and in the middle you see there the comparison between the man and woman joined together, just below them the atom. That could be an atomic family, as we call it, right? Above, I suppose that's the universal symbol. I sort of created myself the yin-yang symbol, not with black and white, which arguably could be the very earliest representations probably didn't have color, or they might have been carved into a cave or something. People assumed it's black and white, I'm arguing, no, it's actually red and blue based on a white background. That's spirit, mind, and body, deity, feminine, masculine, all working in great unified harmony together, focused on the spirit, mind, body, concept, plan, and action. And there you have on the left, the tree of life, which equates to Adam symbolically in the Garden of Eden, and the tree of knowledge, which equates symbolically to Eve in the Garden of Eden. And we talked about this before, so I won't drift too far off it. We'll see how we're going. I believe I've got about 15. It might be a couple more than 15, but about 15 slides to give you an idea of where we're going with this. So, again, I'll read the text below. Oh, sorry, I just popped back. There's one little thing I want to show you. I went back here. No, I haven't done it yet. Okay, all right, there we are. I haven't had a chance to look at this earlier today yet, Jesse. So the foundational model for a perfect human society in alignment with universal law, with the divine, with the creator, or whatever we want to call him. Now, bear in mind, the only story we have about this is the Garden of Eden. And we don't know much about that. We've just got little bits and pieces, tempting little notions of a wonderful time where we walk naked and unashamed with the Lord God, you know, the creator, or heavenly father, parent, whatever you want to call it, okay? But something went wrong and they fell from that. So the foundational model for a perfect human society in alignment with natural universal law, it comprises, here we go. Thanks, Fergal. It's a wonderful comment, but now I can't read my slide, so I'll have to wait a second.
Sorry.
All right, that's fine, Fergal. Thanks, Fergal. But anyway, so it comprises, so the foundational model comprises two discrete genders, each in full and harmonious alignment with their own sexuality. In other words, Adam and Eve were in no doubt. You say, what sort of creature are you? He say, oh, I'm a man. Better than that, I'm the first ever, you know, whatever. And again, we know the myths side of it. And Eve, well, what sort of creature are you? Oh, I'm a woman. Neither of them are going to be saying, well, I'm not quite sure. I like playing with dolls' toys, but, you know, I also have an action man type of thing. Look, you know, and we'll come to that in a minute. Why? Because we know that happens. Well, why it's happened is the issue. And once we understand why it happened, we start getting a handle on, you understand what we need to be doing here. So pure masculine on the left, pure feminine, this was the original model, okay? So they were in full and harmonious alignment with their own sexuality, 1, spiritually, 2, emotionally and psychologically, and 3, physically, i.e., that is, spirit, mind, and body, okay? So they're in full alignment with the divine, with the nature, with universal law, whatever. If you're not religious and you're affronted by the notion of a God or a divine, that's all right. Call it universal energy, the source, whatever suits, because it is a concept that is beyond full explanation at the moment. But this, we're getting close to it by using these models. Yeah. All other manifestations of declared or experienced gender are consequently A, imperfect, B, they are not in full alignment with universal law, and C, therefore they cannot or should not comprise any truly naturally functioning model or theoretically proposed model for any elevated form of human society. It's a lot to take in there, guys. What I'm really saying is, yes, it's a known fact that in humanity today, we've got multiple convolutions that are somewhat departed from the original model of pure masculinity and the original model of pure femininity. That's a fact, okay? We know that that's a fact. Of course, there are also confused individuals out there who are not quite sure what's going on, but that's a fact. We've discussed this before. There are hermaphrodites, for example. There are gay men and gay women who have the outward appearance of one sex and the inward experience of another sex. You know, that's, and so on. That's because their mind, for example, does not align with their body in a true order of sexuality. There's some differential between them, okay? If this is the original model, okay, so we say you cannot, we cannot therefore, anything other than these two original models cannot therefore be the basis for any theoretically proposed model for any elevated form of human society. Yeah, we can have something other, like we have at the moment. We've got at the moment this massive gender confusion. We've got all sorts of tensions and anxiety and laws and people trying to work out how best to treat each other because they're not on these perfect alignments. That is not an elevated form of human society. That is a form of human society that has deviated. I don't mean this in a pejorative way, like in the sexual deviant way type of thing. I mean deviated meaning we've departed from the original model for some reason. This has happened. First, we have to understand why before we can even start thinking about correcting it. Now, in the middle, you'll see here the spirit, mind, body notion corresponds to Eden, the tree of knowledge, and the tree of life. All right, that's the symbolism, right? Eden would equate to the God's place, if you like. The tree of life is Adam, the tree of death, right? Secondly, the origin corresponds to God, or the original source. Then you have woman and the blue thing there. And then you have man on the red one, the action, the body, okay? All aligns. You also have source, again, God or whatever you want to call it, wisdom, and word. Now, this corresponds finally to theos, which is the Greek for God, the deity, sophos, which is the feminine aspect of the divine, and logos, which is the masculine aspect of the divine. And interestingly, you find these themes mentioned in the Bible, but interestingly, I think we tried to eliminate the sophos element. Again, subconsciously, it was all the masculine elements that were responsible for developing early Christianity. They eliminated a lot of the female disciples and everything. They changed their names to male and everything. This, again, you'll see in a minute why this has happened. It's because the masculine elements have been dominating the feminine elements throughout history, and the original element is largely absent. The Spirit of God, it's absent. We're living in a state of sin, in other words, dysfunction. All right. I hope you're all with me. Still with me, Jesse? Yeah? Yeah. Okay. Now, here we go. Here's the story. Now, I know people are going to come forward and say, oh, it's stupid to say there was only one man and one woman. This is stupid. Let's quickly put this to bed with, this could fit in with an evolution theory that you had, let's say, monkeys changing into Neanderthals, becoming Homo sapiens. At some point, a Homo sapien got enough intelligence to go, oh, there's something else out there, meaning the spirit, the source, God, whatever, and they begin a relationship. Now, I don't know what form it took. Or, of course, it could be that aliens had invaded and this species was dropped here. Or it could be, although it's arguably, I don't think miracles need to be, quote, supernatural. I think many miracles are totally natural. It's just that we haven't understood fully the powers that shape them and everything. But the idea that God took ground and went, there, blew on it, there, Adam, pull a rib out here, create a woman, there you are. So, look, it's a story, all right? There's metaphor and there's symbolism in it. That's why you have the tree of life, the tree of knowledge, the blue, the red, and all that, okay? But I put in here, this is the fall, right? Here we go. I'll read the text. Because of the fall and the consequent separation from the divine, we, humanity, have been making plans and taking actions throughout history, both as individuals and as a collective, that were not divinely inspired. No, so in other words, we've been separated from the divine, so now we're just body and mind entities, no spirit. Okay, when I say no spirit, no conscience, no connection with God or anything. That's why we have religion, because that's replaced the connection with God. We're trying to refine it, rediscover it. Okay. So these poor choices we've been making because we're separate from the divine, this includes most of our mating choices. All right. Think about it now for a minute, guys. Okay. The result, we definitely didn't come from monkeys. Okay. The result is generations upon generations of physically and psychologically imperfect, confused, and ignorant humans who are out of alignment with natural and universal law and alienated from the divine. Now, I'd like to just expound a little bit on this, guys, because it's a lot to take in. Even if you don't believe in the concept of the fall, we have the existence of religion. Religion at its very best, again, I know there's an awful lot of bad examples of religion and it's done terrible things down through the history, the Inquisition, the Crusades, the fatwas and all the rest of it. Look, what you first have to understand, and I did this with you before, Jesse, was there any religion in the Garden of Eden? And we worked it all out. No, there couldn't possibly have been. Why not? Well, you were there walking and talking with God directly. He was your buddy. Why would you need religion? You can just talk to someone directly. Remember, I used the example of the mobile phone, Jesse. Like you and me are communicating now via these screens. Wouldn't the viewers be confused if we told them we were actually sitting in the same room? You know what I mean? They say, what's all this screen and all that? So religion is, at its very best, an attempt to replace the missing connection with God. All right. I know it's been used to divide people as well. Almost everything has as well. But that, again, that's a discussion for another day.
But the ultimate intent of what religion was, kind of how they said it to the people, was for you to have a relationship with the divine. We're going to teach you about it. We're going to be that go-between between it. So that's kind of what religion was, and every different culture, place has kind of had their own spiritual gurus, as to say, that will help people to connect with the divine. I think that's kind of what religion was supposed to be.
Yeah, I think that's well said, Jesse. And it's a sort of discussion. Yeah, honestly, I mean, we talked a bit at length about this when we had that panel with the 10 different religious, spiritual people on it. Very interesting discussion. It's a logical conclusion to come to. The other question we ask is, when did religion begin? And if you remember, Jesse, we talked about, I think I might have one slide here on it, I'm not quite sure, but religion began with the Cain and Abel story. Because they wanted to talk to God, they didn't know how to do it, so they started making offerings, a ritual. So rituals and prayers and indirect ways of trying to communicate with the divine replaced what was previously an intimate connection. Mm-hmm. And as long as we have mass religion on the earth, we know we haven't reconnected with the divine. And the interesting thing, what you said about elders and gurus and priests or whatever it might have been, if they were genuinely doing their jobs, their job is actually to elevate the awareness, the spiritual awareness, if you like, or even the mental awareness of individuals, to put them in a position where they reconnect with the divine in their own unique way, not in a proscribed Catholic, Protestant, Muslim, Jewish way, so to speak. It's not about the rituals. They're only mechanisms. It's like, say, using a phone. It's only a mechanism to find out where you are, Jesse, so that I can come and sit and have a pint with you. The phone again gets put away. At the minute the phone starts giving me wrong directions, it becomes pointless and useless. The moment the phone just says, well, now you own a phone, you have to pay me a fee every week, even though I'm not telling you where Jesse lives or I'm not telling you how to meet him. If you think about this in the terms of God, a lot of religions demand our adherence to the rules, the rituals, the processes, pay fees into it because they become businesses that have to be structured. I'm not saying they don't do some good, but we should never forget that the purpose for religion at its very best is to reconnect, is to remove that black X in the middle of the picture and allow, and actually you'll see here I've reversed, the body and the mind have changed positions, because that was the story of Cain and Abel. Cain murdered Abel. Abel was in the feminine position, right? And that's been the story of human history. I can't remember what the next slide is, but I'll just quickly have a look at it here.
Well, so the religion is just the same as the pharmaceutical industry. If the religious teachings, it's almost, they have a conundrum. If we teach people how to directly connect, they won't need us anymore. So we'll be obsolete. Same with the pharmaceutical industry. If we taught people how to put the proper herbs and foods and things into their body, they wouldn't need us. So it's almost like they've had to invert it in order for them to stay relevant once people have that direct knowledge of who and what they are.
Which is one of the reasons Jesus was such a threat to the religious establishment of his day, because he was basically saying, I don't need you. I've got a direct link to the man above. But it's something that we don't want to put people off, because some of the information coming out today will literally do some people's heads in, They'll either be throwing stuff at the screen or just sitting back and going, oh my God, what's going on? But it is about, you see, Jesse, my personal belief, and again, this is where I declare a belief. I believe we have entered what I call the age of wisdom, and that corresponds to the feminine there. It's at the bottom there at the moment. But you see, the feminine has to be liberated into the upper position, because that's the natural way to ascend to connecting with the spirit. It has to be spirit, mind, body. It doesn't work, spirit, body, mind. It doesn't work. The body at the moment, the masculine elements are dominating the feminine. They have done throughout all of history. It's all violence and war and greed and physical aggression and suppressing the feminine energies, and that's all reflected in our flags and everything in nations of the world, right? I don't know if I talk about, let me just flick ever so quickly. I'm just going to flick through to see if I talk about Cain and Abel. If not, I just want to say something quickly about them. No. All right, let's just go back again here, back to this one. Right, the fall. We covered this in detail before, Jesse, but the simple way of explaining this, if the original order is spirit, mind, and body, right? And then Adam and Eve do something wrong. And if that something wrong is connected with reproduction, let's say they started having babies before they were told to, don't pluck the fruit of the tree of knowledge. What fruit could that be? We're talking about Eve here. What fruit does Eve have that you shouldn't pluck? The fruit of thy womb. as it says in the Hail Mary. That's what they're talking about. The Bible's full of references to the fruit being sexual, and the ovaries and babies and all that sort of stuff. Don't do that. He may have wanted them to wait or be matched to someone else or whatever, I don't know, but don't do it now. So they did, and the consequence was they had 2 children. They're now outside of Eden, and this can be literal or metaphorical. What's happened, they know, is that they've been cut off. They can't talk directly to their buddy God anymore, right? That's the spirit part has been cancelled out. So they've now become condemned to living these physical, emotional existence on earth. I believe personally that the Garden of Eden is the earth. It's not another planet or whatever. It is the earth. Once you remove God from it, the connection between God and man, you have beasts, because an animal without a spirit is just a body and a mind. So you have the beasts. You remember we talked about this before, Jesse, 666 and all the rest of it. 2/3, 66.6%. There's 2/3 of a whole human being, arguably a beast, responsible for all of the ills and the evils that happen, right? Absent the spirit of God, but connected to the spirit of something else. So Cain and Abel make their offerings. God says, thank you, boys. I'll accept your offering, Abel, who's the younger brother, looking after the sheep, doing the girly job. Sorry, Cain, I can't accept yours. But hey, listen, don't get upset. Don't be crestfallen. Surely, if you do the right thing, all will be well. But watch out, because sin is crouching at your door. This is what he says. Now, this is such a heavily laden story. And again, I don't know of any other explanation that aligns with universal law the way that I'm going to explain it here. But very simply, Cain's offering could not be accepted because he was in the 3rd position. Remember, spirit, mind, body. Cain as the older brother is the big, strong, masculine fella. Abel as the younger brother is arguably the weaker, the more feminine, right? Physically weaker, more feminine. He's looking after sheep, nicey little boy, type of thing. It would have been a lot easier if it was Abel, a girl or something. Who maybe it was, we don't know. But anyway, the point was, the reason that God couldn't accept Cain's offering was because Cain's offering has to come through his brother. Now, the reason this is so, and again, those of you who know your Bibles, I can't list them all, but one example is Esau and Jacob. Another one is Isaac and Ishmael. Another one is Moses and Aaron. These are all examples where the older brother eventually serves the younger brother. And there's often a lot of bowls of red pottage and red strings involved and all the rest of it. The older brother serves the younger brother. And when they do so, something wonderful happens in the so-called providence, God's plan to put all this right. That's the evidence I'm showing you. I know about 8 of these examples. I won't go into them now, though. But that's a very clear understanding of why God couldn't accept Cain's offering. He had to surrender to his arguably weaker, younger brother. Why? Because if the physical masculine energies, surrender to the feminine maternal guidance, the elevated feminine maternal guidance, which in turn is inspired by the spirit, mind, body, God, Eve, Adam, deity, feminine, masculine. That is the natural order of things, and it aligns with the electromagnetic spectrum, as we're looking at right here, this light, okay? So when Cain killed Abel...
Is that why when a family unit, you have one child, then the second child, say, is 2, 3, 4 years later, that older child helps out with the younger, then another child is born, the other 2 children kind of help out with the younger ones, and as they get older they take care of the younger ones. So that's like honoring the family unit to be able to take care of the younger and the younger generation, just to help out. Is that kind of how you're talking about how the older brother needs to serve the younger one, is kind of helping out that family unit?
Well, I mean, that's a nice little story, Jesse. I mean, we all know that a noble older brother looks after his younger siblings. He won't let them get bullied. He doesn't let them fall in the lake or whatever. You know what I mean? He takes the responsible role. As a matter of fact, in Japanese culture, for example, where I lived for a while, the role of the older brother, it's encapsulated in the term sensei, teacher. Teacher, older brother. It's a very important role in society. If you have certain jobs, like being a teacher or whatever, you're expected to behave a certain way. But that's the Confucianist ethos which aligns with the yin yang thing and all that, But yeah, well, obviously it's a noble thing when those of us who are bigger and stronger open the door for the little old lady or give up our seat on the bus. That's a reminder of the original model. That's a nice thing to do. I mean, we would, wouldn't we? We'd be, if we looked at a big muscly fella sitting in a seat and there's little old ladies hanging onto the bars being battered around the bus, we'd be looking at him saying, you so-and-so, you're a big fella, a big, fit, healthy man, get up off your seat type of thing. But this is just a little reminder of goodness, things we all know are good. Big, strong men help the weak ones. You don't grab a sword and start chopping everyone's head off because you can get more money like that, or you can rape, pillage, and plunder more effectively. No, there's something wrong with that way of thinking. It's satanic, it's diabolical, it's wrong. We're supposed to be, the men are, and me as an individual, Jesse, I've got a body, obviously, a masculine body. I've got a mind, which, if I am trying to develop my moral character, is increasingly more, believe it or not, when I say maternal, it leans towards the good maternal aspects so that my physical body doesn't get out of control. So when I get angry about someone, I've got to try and engage the mind and say, calm down, Stephen. Don't go thumping anybody on the nose right now. Your power is there for good reasons, not bad. Don't abuse it. But human history is the history of Cain killing Abel, or the masculine dominating the feminine, absent the spirit of God. And obviously in its place, a spirit of darkness, a spirit of wickedness, a spirit of evil, which has meant that human history is dominated by all these structures and pyramids that are, as I call, diabolical. So anyway, we'll go to the next slide here. I think, so the point I was making here is that as soon as we drop this original model, so when Cain and Abel, for example, went and got married, right, and we find out there were some women around somehow, monkey women or what, I don't know. But anyway, they go and choose some women to get married to. Unfortunately, when they do, Abel's been murdered, sorry, it's Seth, isn't it? It's Cain and then Seth, because Abel's been murdered. When they go to choose their wives, they're doing so absent the connection with the Spirit of God. They've started to operate outside of the original model, spirit, mind, body, directly connected to the tree of life, the tree of knowledge, and connected to God. So their offspring then as well, they go down the disco and they see pretty blonde there and her jiggly bits, and they go, yeah, she'd make a great life partner, not knowing that she might be a terrible personality and character and a terrible mother. So in other words, because we're not connected.
Did you say jiggly bits?
Yeah. Well, on a disco. Yeah.
You're
well, whatever
so
it is,
cute.
or on the other hand, the girls are looking at a fella and all they're really looking at is the size of his wallet. Hold on now. And that's the grounds upon which they, that's Laurie. Yeah, that's right. The feminine is kinder and closer to God than your average man. What I'm saying is that that was the original design, but don't forget, each man and each woman has masculine and feminine properties in them, as well as spiritual properties. They just have to be in the right order and in the right degree of control. If I'm just a real angry, greedy man, selfish man, then it's clearly my physical, the physical demands of my body, and I'm forcing everybody to do what I want, and I direct my mind to operate to get me what my body wants. I want more food, more beer, more women, whatever it might be. That's clearly the wrong model.
Disconnection. That's a disconnection from the spirit, from what it should be, when we should be living in harmony. What's best for, but best for the all.
That's right. And if God, as we understand the concept of God or source or origin, is pure and good, in other words, not capable of evil, not capable of functioning actually in an evil world, we then start to understand why we need saints and sages and messiahs, good ones, proper ones, because they've established a connection that they try and introduce us to that connection, not, as you say, through structured rituals, which may be necessary at the beginning point, just like before you can fly or something, you have to develop the wing muscles, and all the rest of it. I'm not saying that the structures of religion are pointless, not at all. As a matter of fact, they're absolutely crucial to many, many people, and certainly have been while it was impossible to connect with God. The best you can do is have faith, believe in it, even though you don't absolutely know it to be true. I'm arguing, though, that we've now entered a period of time where we can prove certain things to be true, Therefore, faith of necessity must diminish as it's replaced by the truth. Now, everybody will be on a different speed on this journey, but it starts with making the information available like this. Make the information available and let people say, even believe it or not, Jesse, I don't know if you'd agree with me or not. I've already heard you repeat to me a couple of things I've mentioned in a couple of the previous broadcasts in a slightly different format, you know? And this happens regularly. People don't necessarily remember where they heard it or who said it first, you know, but the seeds drop in and go click, and then they repeat it in their own form. And as such, they take ownership of that knowledge. Do you understand, Jesse?
Yeah, of
because
course.
Truth, I keep saying it, truth is its own witness. And on a couple of times I've done some of these presentations, not this particular one in this detail or depth, and I get challenged by people who get upset or affronted or even angered. But they go, oh yeah, but that means that, you know, Mary was this, or that means that Jesus did, or you're saying that this, you know, and the St. Ignatius of Loyola told us that, you know, and I go, whoa. Look, this is not my truth. It's our truth. Just
100%.
Just look at it. Just look at it. It speaks for itself. Now, of course, it's not perfect. Obviously, I would expect and hope, Jesse, that people will come after me and develop this. People who are far more erudite scholars in different fields. I'm a sort of a generalist. I know enough about lots of stuff to be able to see a bigger picture. Where I fail sometimes, like for instance, I had to study quantum mechanics before I could fully understand this notion. Now, I'm not saying I'm an expert in quantum mechanics, not at all, but I learned enough to be able to explain this to a quantum physicist in his language. Yeah.
100%. I'm the same way. I have a lot more general knowledge and see things from an overall review or perspective, opposed to being an expert in any certain one areas, you know. So I feel that that's kind of encompasses me as well.
And on that topic, I posit the notion that the reason we have to have the professions and the sciences and experts in all these different fields is frankly because, you know, it's too, you couldn't possibly be a fully trained lawyer, a fully trained scholar, you know, a philosopher, a fully trained religionist, you know, whatever, or a NASA scientist or whatever. You couldn't do them all. The life is too short for that. I posit a position which I think makes sense on this model, that actually, if we were still intimately connected with the divine, and if from the time of Adam and Eve, or whoever that tribe of people were, whatever, you know, if they had remained in intimate contact and obeyed the instructions of God, that none of us, it would just be taken for granted, Jesse, you and I would meet as divine spirits with all of the knowledge and information of the universe that we were entitled to as our birthright, as our sovereign birthright. We wouldn't be born into this dumbed down, body over mind existence, handicapped as I am, and I mean that in the sense handicapped because all of my ancestors were all choosing each other, not for, I mean, for obviously for good reasons in some cases, but not for the perfect reasons. So I'm some sort of a hybrid example of whatever Adam was at the beginning, you know, a very far removed example, hybrid example of what he was, where I like to think I'm right up towards the masculine end of the scale in my body and in my mind, but clearly not perfect, you know. But you know, this is again, this plays into this presentation that our original destiny was as children of light. We were made in the image and likeness of God. We were. It sounds blasphemous to say it, but we are supposed to be examples of the divine.
Representation of God and what God is. That's what we all are supposed to be. So I got a question for you then.
Yes.
Does you think that every generation that comes to pass gets a little more further removed from God? Or do you think because of the Cain, you know, story when that was removed from God, that every generation maybe gets a little bit closer to God? You know, which area of the spectrum do you think that we are, you know, moving?
Let's go back to the Israelites for this one. Very, very interesting because, okay, Now, for a minute, I'm going to ask everybody, daft though this might sound, think like God for a minute, okay? Let's assume that this story I've just posited is true, and this heavenly creator, creature, God, the source, is heartbroken that this wonderful creation that he made, human beings, that were being made in I don't know what our means, how many of them there might be, our image and likeness, anyway, in the image and likeness of God, the source, whatever. They've fallen. They've broken the rules. They're off on the wrong track. Oh my God, look at them. They're all out there bonking, creating more children. They can't talk to us directly anymore because of this fall, because we are pure, the deity or deities. We are absolutely pure. We can't function in that fallen world, the kingdom of hell on earth. We can't function in it. Do you remember the temptations of Christ and all that? We did it before. Who owns the earth, the kingdoms, principalities of the world? We can't function down there anymore. So we now have to try and create the conditions for at least one individual to reverse this body and mind dynamic and connect with the Spirit of God again. And from there, we'll try and restart this project. Okay? Now, that makes logical sense to me. But they'd say, well, oh, look at them. Look at them all. There's babies popping up everywhere. They're now flipping. You got these guys over here with soldiers and swords. They're beating up the guys over here. They're stealing their wives. They've got slaves happening over here. Look, they're getting drunk. They're slaughtering the animals. Oh, my God. And it's all because of ignorance. But it's ignorance not in the mental sense, spiritual ignorance. They're no longer connected to the original divine source. And they've lost, much like we look at the Native American Indians and the harmony with which they were able to live in the Americas before the white man came, the harmony they had with the earth and the rivers and the sky and their notions of spirits, same as Hindus even, and the Buddhists and all that, all the various deities, even in ancient Ireland, the ancient myths and everything, you had little sprites and spirits and gods and goddesses of the woods and the rivers and the caves and the fish. Everything had this spiritual dimension. It was because people were tuned into, like, what, there's something else going on. I mean, you couldn't necessarily explain it very well because you were no longer walking and talking with God in Eden, but you had a sense, oh yeah, there's this other whole weirdy sort of ghosty dimension and spirits and everything, and they have an effect on us. And even if it's only through your beliefs, they still have an effect on you. But anyway, to come back to this, so you say generation after generation, are we moving away from the original model or moving back closer to it? And again, this is a great question, Jesse, because I would say the natural logical conclusion is that each generation, because they keep on begetting more and more babies, that and are the best they can do is have religious ceremonies and stuff to try and reconnect with God. And then you have Baal worship, the whole child sacrifice thing, all this sort of stuff, all to do with this big X in the middle there. We've lost connection with the Spirit and we're desperately trying to reconnect with it. And we've got all these weird and wonderful notions for how to do it. But all of a sudden, we hear about a certain group of people that are described as the chosen people. And upon what foundation do you get chosen people? Well, it's through Abraham and his willingness to sacrifice his only son. He puts something, the most important thing to him, he puts his obedience to God first. And on that foundation, God was able to work with Abraham. And then his wife Sarah, isn't it? She gives birth, and Isaac and Ishmael is born first, remember? Interestingly, he goes off to Egypt. He's the Cain figure. He's the older brother. Isaac gets born second. Yeah. Isaac inherits, he's the younger brother. He inherits the thing. Then his sons get born, Esau and Jacob. Do you remember? Esau is the older. He's described as red and hairy. Why red? Here we go again. Ishmael, his uncle, had gone off to Egypt of the red countries. Israel was the blue country. It's all very symbolic. It's very, very interesting when you get into it. And Ishmael's mother was Egyptian as well, Hagar, and so on and so forth. Two brothers, two different mothers, same father, And then after that, you get, and again, Esau sells his birthright. Esau, the red hairy guys, sells his birthright to his younger brother for what? A bowl of red pottage. Why red? Yeah, why red? So there we go. So you have all of these examples, but what I'm saying is this: is that it appears that someone, let's call it the source. All right, the source. Something that was intimately connected with universal law started preparing a group of people through conditions. So they had to, you had to be prepared to sacrifice your only son. Now it's okay, go and take the ram instead. You know, you don't have to kill the boy, but great, you were obedient. That's the starting point. Why? Because it was Adam and Eve's disobedience that started the problem in the first place. So now you get Abraham being obedient, and he starts developing a tribe, layer by layer by layer, and sometimes it's through what appears to be trickery and deception, but it's always protecting the lineage. The lineage is being protected all the way down to, it's like King David, for example, is very important. Saul, David, and Solomon, all 40 years each. Remember this? There's the 40 over there on the right. Yeah. All of them 40, they reign for 40 years each. The prophet Samuel before them, who appoints them kings, 40 years he reigns. Why 40? Why? Moses, 40 in the desert, 40 a prince of Egypt, 40 years going to Canaan, 40 times in the desert they put up the tabernacle, which is covered in red, white, and blue skins. Why? Do you see what I'm saying, Jesse? It's the properties of light is at the core of it all, and it's the trigger. So what they were doing, so God, or the source, looked at all these warring tribes in the earth and went, oh my God, this is insanity. I had enough of this. Pulled the chain, we had the great flood, wiped them all out. Yeah. And up pops Noah and his tribe. That was the Garden of Eden restarted. And they found the ark now. They know it exists and all that sort of stuff. So it's really mind-boggling to try and align the myths with the scientific realities. But it's, there's enough there to say, well, okay, you tried to restart and you promised, I won't do that again. I won't drown you all. But you really were getting pretty bad, This is restart number one, the flood. Something goes wrong then with Noah and his sons. We won't go into that now. But each time there's a failure, it has to be put right, just like the original fall has to be put right. So you have then God, right, working with the chosen people to do what? To create a foundation for the Messiah. And the last stage in that preparation was John the Baptist, born to the holiest couple in Israel at the time, Zachariah and Elizabeth, the high priest at the time, or the senior priest, and his wife Elizabeth. And the Holy Spirit was with him in his father's womb, in his mother's womb, is what the scriptures say. They're talking about John the Baptist, not Jesus, John the Baptist, a truly holy man. So out he goes and he prepares the way for the Messiah. And along comes Jesus. And like I said, one day when I think I've built up a bit more credibility, I'm going to tell you the true story of Jesus's patronage. Okay?
Beautiful.
Miraculous it was, but not supernatural in the way that we've traditionally believed. And there's a lot of deities down through history, including Egyptian and Greek deities and Norse gods and goddesses who have miraculous conceptions. That's so the myth goes. In the case of Jesus, it's a truly fascinating story, and it'll certainly light up your comments section. But it's debatable, and you can use scripture to establish it and everything. It's all logical, and it all fits in with the triadic archetype, this model here. But anyway, for now, it's most important to know is that John the Baptist went to prepare the way for the Messiah. Jesus, don't forget, had to be prepared physically, mentally, emotionally, or environmentally, if you like, and spiritually. He was prepared physically by the fact that he was born of the line of David. He was an Israelite. He was one of God's chosen people. What happened to the rest of the people out there? Well, they were sort of let to do their demonic stuff and child sacrifices and butcher each other and everything. But the Israelites were told, no, you can't eat this and you can't eat that. You're going to do this ritual and that ritual and the other. You've got to be obedient to my word. And if you keep faith with me, I'll produce it. And then the 10 Commandments coming, all right, you stupid so-and-sos, you still don't get it. So here we are, I'm going to carve it into stone for you. This is how you behave. And if you can keep doing this, eventually we'll create the environment where someone like Jesus can be born to restart the kingdom of heaven on earth, the Garden of Eden again, right? And that was Jesus' mission. But he had the right DNA, the body, right? He had the right genetic material, right? That corresponds with spirit, mind, body. The body part is your genetics. He had the right genetics, which none of us have right at the moment. Okay. Secondly, the mind corresponds to, his development of his knowledge and his wisdom and the environment in which he lives. Okay. So he had that as well, because he was being looked after by very holy family. Mary was a good woman and all the rest of it. And Joseph the carpenter was faithful to God and all that sort of stuff. So he's brought up like that. And then thirdly, he had to go through the spiritual test, which was the temptations in the desert, which correspond in turn to body, mind, and spirit. Loaves of bread, throw yourself off the cliff, and/or bow down and worship me. That's the three temptations again: spirit, mind, and body. But we're drifting a wee bit. We'll come back to the gender thing, but at least all of it, Jesse. So the answer to your question about the generations drifting away, yes, the generations would naturally drift away and become increasingly more despotic, violent, greedy, money-grabbing, conquer, rape, pillage, and plunder. That notion, the negative masculine notion of accumulating stuff, and the more stuff I have, the more successful I am. Instead of, this sad way of doing things. Instead of understanding that, no, it's about the correct use of my body, guided by my mind, which in turn is connected to the original spirit of God. That's the way it's supposed to function.
Could some of the examples of God that they talk about in the Bible be the wrong God, be the God of the darkness? Because here's a comment from Fergal. It says, no true God looks for anyone to be obedient, and certainly wouldn't make a request for someone to sacrifice their son, because that's actually a satanic request. But then again, you're explaining an external God, so you're looking for God in the wrong place. But this is one of the issues that I have with some of the things that in the Bible that they talk about: bear coming, mauling children because they laughed at somebody God sent to kill kids because they laughed, sacrificing firstborns, because, some Pharaoh, they all the firstborns had to be sacrificed because of Pharaoh instead of just going after the Pharaoh himself. It just seems like some of this stuff comes from a dark God, not the actual real creator of all source and life.
It's a very complex question, and a very problematic question, because what Fergal was saying there was that I'm talking about an external God instead of what I suppose he means an internal God. No, you've got to realize when people are operating at different levels of understanding and different levels of ignorance, and of course different levels of connection with, let's call it, their internal spirit, which in turn is connected with. Now, I don't know whether it's a fair statement to say that there is such a thing as an external God and/or there is only an internal God. I'm trying to rationalize as best I can in limited language something that is self-evident. Now, when you start using the term God or the deity or the divine, it's only a metaphor. Remember, I said this before, Jesse, part of that phrase I use. Words are only metaphors, but truth is its own witness. So we're stuck with language as the best way, and pictures, to communicate things that are far beyond the notion of language or pictures. And arguing about the cruelties that were imposed on, quote, innocent humans. If you looked at some of these so-called innocent humans instead as a plague of vermin, and now I know it's a strong way to put it, but if you think of yourself, let's say you're a farmer and your job is to produce so many bushels of wheat for the local community, and you notice that there are rats. The rats have got into now the rats are just doing what rats do. They're eating. The trouble is they're eating your wheat, and they're pooping all over it and destroying the rest of it. So ultimately, you're not going to be able to do your function as a farmer. And you're not going to go in and say, here, micey, here, little rat, come on over here, and give a stroke him on the head. And, I'll just carry you over here, and please run away into the woods. No, you're going to take relatively radical action to protect the most important thing, which is the wheat crop, right? And that radical action is getting some cats in, or setting traps, or whatever you have to do. It's not, it's not the time to be a woolly, compassionate person who, the way you treat a pet rat, who you keep at home or anything. These animals are out of control. They're thriving on destroying the crop that you need to feed your family or village. You've got to take radical action. And I imagine that, you see, whatever morality surrounds the deity and whatever, it's somewhat removed from our notion of morality. And whereas you'd say, for example, I remember there's one passage in the Bible where I can't remember what tribe it is, but there's some really powerful tribe, and they're about to destroy the Israelites. And instead, the Israelis sort of say, "Hey, before you destroy us all," now I may not have this exactly correct, but the point will be made. Before you destroy us all, Ishmaelites or whatever they were, or Hittites or something. Before you destroy us all, look at our women. Aren't they nice? And this other tribes goes, "Woo, hey, the Israeli girls are pretty hot. I'll tell you what. How about we let you marry our girls to the Israelis? How the Israelites? You can marry all of our girls and everything. Only one catch though, because it's our religion. You have to be circumcised." And all of this other tribe or this army, they say, "Okay, that's fine. We agree." So they all get circumcised. And that night, while they're all sort of lying there in soft agony, waiting for their bits to heal, the Israelites come among them and slaughter them. And I mean, it's the Israelites, and I think it's Benjamin, is it? Don't quote me on this because it's a while since I read it in the Bible. But anyway, it's some of these higher figures in the Bible that go in and do it, and they're commended then by the Lord. Well done, boys! Did a great job, type of thing. And it's hard to reconcile that. Say, well, what? It's okay tricking and deceiving people, tempting them with your own womenfolk in order then to slaughter them when they can't defend themselves.
Against thou shalt not kill.
Yeah, exactly. What the hell's going on here? What the hell? And the only possible acceptable explanation for that is that the lineage was so important that whoever is in charge of this and whoever's looking down at this horror that we call human history, this catalogue of horrors that's getting worse now as we see with the darkest elements rising to the top, whoever's responsible for all this, the stakes are so high that I like to think, obviously, Jesse, especially presenting topics like this and putting so much work and energy into it and getting thrown into jail for all the stuff I'm doing and everything. I like to think that I have a certain amount of value. But in relation to, let's say, right, Stephen, what's more important? There's 10 people over there. You can drive down the road as fast as you like and enjoy your life. There's 10 people over here. If you drive down that road at that speed, they're going to get killed. Which is more important? And I suppose if I was the guy in charge and I said, "Sorry, Stephen, yes, you are valuable and everything, but that put a stop on that car, or you've got to go, son, because there's a value basis. There's 10 people over here have to be saved." So I don't know, quote, the mind of God. I understand. It'd be easier for me to say I really do understand all of the challenges that people with religious convictions face as they are presented with new types or new levels of truth. You can look at any story in the Bible and go, "Look at that. That would make any sense of that. The whole Bible is a bunch of bloody nonsense. Throw it out." I was there at one point, and I was there while I was in seminary. I had decided it was a bag of nonsense. I want to say nonsense, entertaining nonsense in places, a little bit of moral value in it, and it's certainly the stories. But then I started working on, hold on, the guys who wrote the Gospels, none of them actually met Jesus. What's going on here? First one was written 35 years after he died. Hey, how could they've got all this detail? Then how many Gospels got thrown out? 30 something of them, because they didn't fit by then the corporate agenda of the blossoming, Western Church. Who was Constantine? Oh, he's the one who introduced the Nicene Creed. Oh, what's that? Well, that's the prayer that's still said in Catholic churches today on Sunday Mass. Oh, well, Constantine, he was obviously a very good holy guy, wasn't he? No. He was a Roman god at the time that he oversaw the Council of Nicaea. He was
emperor.
Officially.
I think he was an emperor.
That's right, he was. But he was still technically a Roman god because the emperor was considered a deity. He didn't get baptized till his deathbed. So, when you start reconciling all the historical facts with beliefs, your beliefs get tempered with a dose, a grounding dose of reality. And what I've come to understand over the years is that if there's a way that God, whatever concept we have of him, can work through natural means, that's the way it's going to get done. Whether or not God is capable of what we seem to conceive supernatural, people levitating, defying gravity, for example, or babies appearing out of nothing, or dead people waking up and just walking around. I mean, they're wonderful stories, very inspiring. But why drift into the realm of fantastic notions when there may be a more concrete, logical explanation like the stuff I'm putting forward here today. Because it doesn't deny the existence. As a matter of fact, it reinforces the existence of something or some energy or some pattern, as you were saying earlier, Jesse, that demands that we align with it. The problem being that humanity, because we're capable of evil, we're the only entities that can actively go against it, whether consciously or not. We can actively defy universal natural law, just like in the Garden of Eden, and the consequences are always bad. The consequences are unavoidable. Even if we don't recognize them or don't personally experience them, they happen. And they happen somewhere around the world to somebody. You cannot violate universal law without a consequence. You can violate your local traffic laws as long as the cops don't see you, then you could arguably say no law was broken, in the sense I wasn't caught. So it's a nothing. It's only a traffic law. I managed to get from A to B, going too fast. I arrived safely at the end. So there's no consequence. If that was universal law, the consequence would be that your destination would be corrupted or something terrible would happen on the journey. Universal law cannot be violated without consequence. The trouble is that's basically what we're doing all our lives, especially with the pyramids and the big corporations and the huge organizations, governments, and anything that promotes the dark masculine into a position of power and authority, including money. It's a biggie, I'm telling you. And I hope people go back after this. Oh, the Kabbalah. I know a bit about that, Elizabeth. Thank you. It's actually quite interesting. I cover that, the Kabbalah, in many ways. It corresponds with the triadic archetype and these notions, the light. It's not precisely the same, but if I recall, I think is it 12 of them on the Kabbalah? There's 3 down the outside, 4 or 5 down the middle or something. But they represent the pillars outside the temple, Joachim and Boaz. Joachim, one and the other one means smiter, which would be the Adam side, the masculine, The other is sustainer, which is the feminine side. All right, they're the 2 pillars at the entrance to the temple. And again, the Kabbalah is really quite complicated. I think Madonna's an expert on it. Maybe you could get her on and explain it, But I don't know enough about that to give an authoritative, but I've looked into it and seen, same as I did with Hinduism, Buddhism, Islam, and Protestant theology and everything. And unconsciously, as well as in our myths and our fairy stories, the leprechauns and everything, all of it loosely aligns with these subliminal concepts that we just get lost in the detail. By putting a blueprint like this down, we can start to align it back, Elizabeth, again, I won't get distracted by too many things, but the only thing I'll say here is Elizabeth asked, what God do Gnostics believe in? We're not, Elizabeth, and I don't mean this in a rude sense, I don't deal in beliefs. We said this, what a liberating moment was in my life when I realized, hold on a minute. I was listening to some pastor in a sermon in the church one Sunday, and he drifted from facts to current affairs, to Bible stories, to beliefs, and he was drifting all in. And by the end, there was a message to be delivered, but you walked out just going, and I realized, hold on a minute, we need to separate things that we know from things that we don't know, and stop accepting things purely on faith. Now, there are some things you can't possibly know. Those things you can't possibly know, you may choose to have faith in them. You may choose to believe them. Do you remember that thing with I've got a diamond in my hand? Do you remember that one?
Yeah.
Fourth one will show everybody. I'm telling you I've got a diamond in my hand, and I ask the group in front of me, who believes me? Let's say half of them say, yeah, we believe you, Stephen. The other half say, no, we don't believe you. I say, okay. So you half over here have a belief. I do have it. You have a belief. I don't have it. But both of you have a belief, don't you? It's a belief. It's a concept. You have it in your mind. It's an idea, and you choose to align with it. He doesn't have a diamond in his hand, or he does. That's a belief. Say, right, what happens if I never open my hand? You're stuck with that belief. You'll never know. You'll never know for sure if I had a diamond in my hand. Unless
I saw you close your hand with nothing in it, then I know you didn't have anything in it.
Yeah,
it wouldn't be a belief. It wouldn't be a belief that you didn't have anything in it. I would actually know that something was or wasn't there because I actually saw you close your hand.
That's right. But in this instance, I'm pretending I'm doing it quick because I don't want to repeat too many things we've said before. But the point was, it's the notion of having a belief. Oh, I believe something. But now that you know that it's either true or not true, what's happened to your belief? It's gone. Boom, gone. There's no belief necessary because you know. And this was the whole point I'm saying. There's so many people believe stuff. And I just say to them, well, really, that's wonderful. Tell me what you know. I'm not interested in hearing what you believe, in the sense that we can argue for days and hours and weeks about notions that we cannot physically prove, or in this case, with all of these coincidences with the numbers, the colors, the symbols, the scripture, the mythology, the flags of the world, atoms, molecules, Greek notions, psychology, they all align in the same thing. There is something I know. I can tell you with absolute confidence that something is happening here that needs to be fully understood, properly explained, and then aligned with. And in that process, although we're talking here in figurative and literal terms, that process is what will return our original divine sovereignty to us. Now, how exactly? I'm not claiming to have it. I'm just claiming to be able to start to understand it and know that possibly the most important thing I can do in my life, next to making sure my son doesn't get taken into care when they keep trying to put me in prison, is to share this, this is to share it. She says, I'm glad you don't believe in different religions. It's like I said, it's beliefs. I try not to believe in anything. I did for a long time, and I think everybody has to. While you're trying to discover, if someone says to you, I don't know, give a good example, if you walk around the corner, you will find, a beautiful palace, let's just say. If you go around the corner or you go to this destination, you say, really? They go, yeah. And a couple of people say, oh, yeah, you're not going to believe it. Wait till you get there. It's amazing. It's magnificent. You got to see it. So you get your camera. Now, in the process, in the journey between when you leave your location until you have sight of the palace, you literally don't know that it's there. You've chosen to believe it's there, and you're taking action based on that belief. But it's not until you come into view of it that you can drop the belief, because now you know it's there. On the other hand, you might get to the location and go, those bloody so-and-sos winding me up, telling me there's a palace. It's only a chip shop, And of course, then again, your belief that there's a palace there disappears again. All right. So knowledge displaces beliefs. And the only reason to harbor beliefs for any length of time is in pursuit of knowledge. I think that's logical. I know that in one stroke, it sort of undermines people who have strong religious faith that is rooted in pure faith and beliefs. What I'm trying to lead people into is a realization. You actually don't need to believe a lot of that stuff anymore, because the proofs are starting to arrive. We've entered the age of wisdom, the feminine, the liberation of the feminine mind, so as it can reverse this satanic dominion of the body over the mind, absent spirit. We now need to reverse it. We need people to get more aware, wiser, better informed. A lot of it is educational. It's all about thinking, but thinking the right way, understanding how the structures of the world are diabolical, how we have to disengage from them, we have to separate from them, we have to create a new form of society based on goodness, on the Spirit of God, communicating through our minds, our feminine aspects, to guide our physical things to do the best for society. I think we've milked the hell out of that one. I keep saying hell, actually. I know I don't know so much in Canada. In America, it's considered a swear word. I'm sorry about that, guys.
Well, it's I don't know about considered a swear word, but I try not even to use that word. Okay. I think it just describes some kind of a lower level state of, this kind of chaos or evil. And there's a popular saying in America, especially because of a wrestler, he was saying the HE double hockey stick. Yeah. He was saying that with a yeah to it. So giving it like a positive, yeah. And they use that, or someone answers you. If you do something good, they use that word and they say yeah to it. And so I think it's giving positive energy to something that's negative. So again, it continues on with the inversion. But if someone was to say like the HE double hockey stick and no, then you're actually in alignment with, no to that kind of, opposed to giving it a positive state. And this is just my own, thoughts on, people saying that.
Yeah. Oh, no, it's just, I've noticed some censorship or posts sometimes on Facebook. If someone uses the HE double L word, it's picked up by algorithms or whatever it is that does it, and they get hidden and so on. No, I just realized that there's a slightly different connotation. It would be, for us, it's a very innocent expletive. When I talk about the kingdom of hell, that's an appropriate use of it. But yeah, I'll try and use a different word like Bejabers or something nice and Irish. Keep everybody happy. Well, and believe it or not, you know where Bejabers came from? By Jesus. By Jesus. That was the original form of it. By Jesus. It turned into Bejabers. Also, for example, bloody. Bloody started off as by Our Lady in the Middle Ages. They would swear by Our Lady, and it became bloody, you know. So isn't that interesting? Yeah. Anyway,
Australians, they use the bloody with the HE double hockey sticks a lot. They would say bloody, and then they use that other word.
Well, my experience of Australians is that it's the rare occasion you can find an innocent word in the dialogue, you know. They're famous for directness. I like them. You know, I like the Australian manner. It's very direct, very
direct.
Sarcastic.
Yeah. You know where they're coming from.
Yeah. But anyway, to keep people interested, Jesse,
let's move on.
I'll just read this one. Yeah. So now we're moving. You see, the dotted line represents the fall. Okay. So, as a consequence of our estrangement from the divine or the spirit, our concepts within the notion of concept, plan, and action sequence. Sorry.
Are you getting? My bad.
That's all right.
No, I forgot you're reading.
Can you stop them? Okay. Yeah. Sorry. They block off the thing. Our concepts, right? Concept, plan, and action. Remember, build a house. You have to have a concept. Then you make plans. Then you take the action. You lay the bricks. You can't do anything fruitful other than that sequence. So, because the concept has not been true or sovereign, that is not in full alignment with truth and universal law, okay? With the arguable exception of some very rare human examples of genuine enlightenment and alignment with the divine, such as Jesus or Buddha, for example. I'm just, again, I'm not making any declarations here. None of us, and that means you, me, Jesse, all the gay people in the world, all the religious people in the world, all the atheists, but none of us can claim true 100% spiritual, emotional, and physical integrity, and generational alignment with the divine. We talked about this before. I've just summarized it there a little bit better. And in the middle here, you see, we've got the big circle. These question marks represent any one of us. Where are we, right? We know we're largely separated from the spirit. Yeah, I know you could argue and say, well, I'm a very holy person, someone might say, and I pray all the time, and I feel the spirit, and I talk to angels, and all that. That's fine. I'm not saying that that's not happening and it's not a possibility. But for the purposes of this demonstration, we have to recognize we're still, even the most spiritually in-tuned people amongst us, they're still not in the same original position as they were in the Garden of Eden, okay? And the rest of us down here are somewhere in that mixed up mess in the middle that don't, sexually speaking, we're not quite sure what's going on. Right, now, you'll see again now the top level there is getting darker, okay? It's getting darker, that's the spiritual element, it's right. So, the LBGTQIA plus community comprises one such collection of gender-confused individuals, the progeny of centuries of poor mating choices, who have now secured the political and financial resources to try to force society to accept gender fluidity, diversity, sexual license, and sexual interchangeability as the norm and the model for human society going forwards. Being in contravention of universal law, however, this cannot succeed other than at the overall cost of true human sovereignty. Now, what I'm saying here, and I hope people don't get offended at all here, because the same could, let's say you and I, Jesse, let's say we equated to each other, let's say 85% on the physical masculine scale, let's say 70% on the mental masculine scale, and 60% on the mental spiritual scale. So we'd be sort of up the right end of the spectrum, but still not perfect. But we find, you know, 1 million people who have the similar alignment to us. And we decide, because we've got money and power and political influence, that you're not allowed to fall asleep, Jesse. That's
not falling asleep. Don't worry. Sometimes I yawn.
Example for the listeners, right? So if you and I were to try and go out and get another million people exactly like us, another million men, right? Men exactly like us, who are 70%, 75% on the physical scale, sexual men, 70% on the mental scale, men, and let's say 60% on the spiritual scale, whatever that would mean, okay? But we've identified a group just like us, and we then try and lobby governments and force the change of law to say, never mind your flipping ideal models of Adam and Eve and the male up here and the female. We are going to enforce our model because that will suit our agenda. But what I'm saying here is that this is what the LGBTQT community is trying to do, whilst not understanding that if they are successful, they will prevent the rest of society from aspiring to the original perfect model in whatever way we can. In other words, as a man, as I realized, well, let's say Adam would have been 7 foot tall. Well, there's nothing I can do about that, you know, but I will walk upright and carry myself proudly with dignity, you know. The true masculine man, the original Adam in his mind, would act a certain way. Well, I'll do my best to try and align with that. You know, that's how I conquer my faults and failings, which are evidence that I'm not a true Adam figure, you know. And thirdly, the same with the spirit. We'll do my best to develop that area, but it can't possibly be developed if my mind and my body are in the wrong form of alignment. I hope this isn't too confusing for people, you know. In other words, I can't reconnect with the divine whilst the body is dominating the mind, while the masculine is dominating the feminine, whilst human history is the story of men being greedy bastards, basically, excuse the language, you know, and forcing and crushing the feminine elements to be subservient to them. This is the satanic mindset. You know, this is what's happening. That's why it's going darker at the top there, okay? So
Out of balance, when it comes out of balance from what true harmony is supposed to be.
Yes, exactly. And out of alignment or a deviation from, as I said in the first slide. So here we go again. I'll read the text. If the LGBTQIA plus lobby succeeds in forcing society at large under pain of criminal punishment, which is what's happening, we can't say things that might offend their feelings and can't all the rest of it. There and there.
$10,000 fine I just heard in one of the states if for some reason you do not accept somebody's pronoun and they feel threatened in some way, it's $10,000 fine or imprisonment. This is what I just heard. I read, I think today or yesterday, that one of the states in the States now have just imposed upon the people.
Well, this is the explanation and the antidote to that insanity. It's, believe it or not, Ireland again is one of the first to impose these laws. Ireland, okay? Hate laws where, in fact, the whole legal argument is reversed. You're not innocent until proven guilty. You're presumed guilty unless you can prove your innocence. And how on earth are you going to prove? Well, I didn't mean to offend that, you know, XYZ gender person over there that I wasn't even aware was listening to me when I whistled a song about a gay horse or something. I don't know what it was. They've taken offense at something. There was no offense intended. I didn't even know they were listening. Just because they claim to have taken offense, that's actionable, criminally actionable against me. This is ridiculous. And that's part of the reason, actually, Jesse, why I wanted to deal with this now before these laws get activated and they come after me, because no doubt there will be some people who don't listen to the full presentation out there who would describe themselves in this community, LGBTQIA plus or whatever, who will describe me as being either a misogynist or being prejudiced or whatever it might be, you know, and it's hurt their feelings and therefore put Manning in jail for this. And I'm going to say, don't be ridiculous. Please listen to what I'm saying. None of us are qualified to claim to be in a position to judge 100%, but also none of us have the right to enforce our version of sexuality on the rest of community unless it aligns with universal law. None of us align with universal law 100% yet. The closest to it are heterosexual males and females. But I'm telling you, because of centuries of poor mating choices, none of them can align with the original spirit of God the way that we are meant to. But we can at least be trying to be doing that. And one way of trying to do that is by being compassionate towards people who are in, let's call it the gender confused box. And I'm saying this loosely, guys, please don't catch me on the terminology. In the gender confused box, in other words, the ones who strongly identify as being, you know, a male in a female body, or wants to transition or whatever. We've explained how this could happen. It could happen because we're all the hybrid products of centuries of poor mating choices. So it's a reality that we have lots of people alive today, you know, some with longer legs, some with shorter legs, some with longer arms, shorter arms. Some would be better at throwing spears, others would be better at running. But none of us match up to the original model of the perfect human being.
And not just that, they've purposely done things to invert and pervert things, as well as through chemical imbalances. So they've actually done things to make hormonal imbalances inside of people to stray away. They've actually proved that with some of the pesticides like astrazine that they're putting in when they tested it on frogs, and it actually had male frogs not only wanting to be with other male frogs, but they were actually able to start reproducing other frogs through this chemical. They actually became the opposite through this chemical toxic poisoning. So we're being systematically tampered and poisoned with, and not by God, but by these evil entities, spirits, by the evil one, or all the minions that are wanting people to be confused, to be divided, to be out of balance with who and what they truly are meant to be here.
Right. And this is very important, Jesse. Like I say, the conversation is aligning very neatly with what we're doing here. I'll read the text again in a second. But if you think, if you were to say, right, name one person, one human being in history, who could be described as the enemy of Satan, I think everybody would agree with Jesus, especially the Christian community would say, well, Jesus. You say, what made him, what made Satan so desperate to tempt him, to try and own him, you know? And the argument is very simple. It's because Jesus was fully in alignment with the Spirit of God, right? And again, we won't argue about the minutiae here. So if Jesus was a model of a perfect man in that day, precisely because he was genetically properly prepared, he was emotionally and psychologically and environmentally properly prepared. And then he accepted the mission and conquered the devil by saying, get behind me, Satan. How dare you tempt the Lord your God? Yeah. He is that example. At the top, you'll see I've put in the 33.3%. That's the third. That corresponds to the lost spirit, which leaves us in this position where there's only 66.6%. We are incomplete human beings. The mark of the beast, 666, and so on and so forth, right? Let's read the text again. So if the gay lobby or whatever succeeds in forcing society at large, under pain of criminal punishment, to adopt a perverse model of overall human sexuality that in effect prevails over natural law and universal law, then this will effectively trap humanity, and possibly permanently trap humanity, in a collective state of existence whereby the concepts of pure masculinity and pure femininity will be considered an aberration, making it nigh on impossible for individuals to realign with the divine. Does that make sense to you, Jesse, with the diagram?
100%.
Yeah. So you see how the black sides of the thing there, the masculine and feminine are being eliminated, and we're being forced into this box where it's all this multi-gendered fluidity, and kids are being sort of trained and coerced and guided and encouraged to consider themselves to be something other than either a boy or a girl. And I know there are genuine cases of this. There are genuine, and there would be the occasional justified reason to operate, maybe, but it would be very occasional, and certainly wouldn't be happening in infancy or in childhood years. I mean, we shouldn't even be talking to children about sexual things until, at the very least, they're physically capable, and they're asking questions, or what's this thing growing here, or what's happening here. Then you can go in. But also they should be getting guided all their lives, as I did my best with my children, to recognize their spirituality and their sexuality are intrinsically entwined. And in order to protect your soul and your spirit, you need to protect your sexuality until your body and your mind is adequately developed and mature to know what you're doing. Arguably that could be never, but so you see this here now. So is there anything else you need to say there? No, you see that's it, the beast and everything. Okay, let's look at the next one. Now you can see where your man starts coming in. There aren't many more, guys. So by sowing seeds of sexual confusion, of androgyny, and promoting a general free-for-all, amoral, and non-spiritual mindset regarding sexual license. In other words, there's no morality anymore. What's the right thing to do? It's like, what do I want? What do I feel like? Oh, he looks nice today, and I fancy her tomorrow. Oh, well, I'll just swap and change new. Why? Because of the demands of the flesh, because I've got no connection with morality. I don't know this universal law. It doesn't matter to me that what I'm doing is perverting or violating natural law, even though now, as we've explained, there will always be consequences, if not for you personally, certainly on society at large. So regarding sexual license, incorporating the perversion of the innocent minds of prepubescent children. The very same dynamics that occurred at the fall are now being formally legislated and enforced within a truly diabolical hierarchy of kingdoms and principalities, of corporations, of institutions, governments, which have each long since sold out to the god of Mammon. The result is a humanity devoid of the divine. Now, there's a lot in that slide, an awful lot in that slide. So I'm showing here, there's the diabolical pyramid, and in other presentation, I explain how this structure, the pyramidical structure where you have an authoritarian source at the top dictating down to everyone else what they can do. This is not the original divine model. This is the diabolical model. I know that this is the form that all of our governments, businesses, corporations, and even churches take, large churches. I'm telling you, it's diabolical. The reason it's diabolical, because of this. And again, in the middle, look what's very interesting here. If you remember with the whole pandemic, there was this thing in the middle. It's called, let's see if I can get this right, thermogurgic triangle. I probably said it wrong. It's a really difficult one to get your mouth around. Or thermogurgic triangle, all right? The thermogurgic triangle is made up of the delta and omicron symbols in the Greek alphabet, which, when you combine them, it has an anagram. It's an anagram of media control, very interestingly. But when you combine them, it is the symbolism that is used to conjure up demons from hell. It also happens to be the new symbol for these androgynous toilets and bathrooms on the right there. Do you see it?
Yeah.
Interesting. So they're now using this to represent that symbol we saw on the very first slide, the mixture of the masculine and female elements, And down the bottom here, you can see the masculine and the feminine are being forced out. The dominating theme is the money at the top there, which I say is the grease of the machinery, of the diabolical machine, the grease that funds evil. I know we all need to use it to get by, and some of us do our best to use it for good rather than ill. But its very nature, the way it's constructed, how it's come about, it is a byproduct of the abuse of power. The masculine, the diabolical masculine satanic archetype, that money has become in service into that more than anything else. We'll have to find a way of doing transactions differently, either on meritorious terms or whatever it is. I'm sure there are even Bitcoin or whatever. I don't know what form it'll take, but there has to be something different to the current banking system, which serves the diabolical masculine.
Yeah, the debt slavery system, when they took money off of, actually something physical, tangible behind it, put it into this just realm that they could loan out any type of money that they didn't even have, that people had to pay back. And then it went against, I think, universal or natural law of usury, where there shouldn't be interests on loans. And, they used the Jewish people to do that, to go against what God's law, what was written in their books, because if the chosen people, supposed, could be the ones who could create this system that a usury is allowed, so I guess it should be okay. God will be okay with it because, they're the chosen ones, so it should be okay then. I think that's where things really, not only was the interest, but the debt slavery system, where there was nothing physically tangible behind, the money. I think those are some of the ways that we veer veered off. And then when they created a corporation as a man, that was another thing that really veered us off, because now there was no one person standing behind that company, and where they could actually have shell company with shell company with shell companies that hid the layers of deception, allowing them to create this system where they're destroying, that they're poisoning, with nobody really held accountable, with that one person, that one man, because corporation's now a man. So those are some of the reasons why we really veered off from, where we're supposed to be at natural balance.
Well, two things there, Jesse. I'll just quickly comment on the anything that is truly, genuinely evil always begins with a lie. It's the first giveaway. There's a deception of some sort. As soon as you see that you're being deceived, or you see there's any attempted deception, you'll know that there's some evil being conducted, because the truth and lies just cannot mingle, cannot mix, right? Truth, goodness, justice, that's all on one side of the pit. But so that's the first thing. The second thing, as opposed to talking about money and everything, what came to mind was a quote by Chief Seattle, one of the Indian leaders in North America, when he was first approached by the white man, and they wanted to buy land from him, and he responded to them incredulously, how can I sell you the land? The land doesn't belong to me. We belong to the land. Very interesting. And then he started talking about the water and the songs, the birds and everything. And it's this notion that, quote, the white man, which is representative of, again, the worst of the satanic masculine down through history, greedy, grasping, avaricious, violent, destructive white man. It's all about mammon. It's all about the money, how to get more of it, and trying to create a value system under which money dominates. In other words, everything has a price. Whereas if you imagine we were back in the Garden of Eden, running free and wild, dominion over the whole earth, picking fruit when we needed to eat it, running free in the fields, drinking the water with our hands out of the streams. However, the beauty, the utopia picture. Why would we need money? Especially when we're being kind to each other. Well, he's hungry. Oh, we've got extra. Give him some. How much is that? How much?
If there was an abundance of food everywhere, if the streets were growing fruit-bearing trees, if instead of grass was here, they had hemp, they had vegetation, all the schools taught their kids, they had home gardens for the community, every single community, then we would have an abundance of food. We'd have abundance of, with hemp grown everywhere, with papers, plastic, clothing, so we could have shelters, we could have, clothes on our back, we could have food everywhere. If there was an abundance, then we wouldn't really need money, because we would just be able to just have everything that we needed. And I think that that's where we really should be headed towards, where we're not keeping score with how much fat bank account I have or how little I have in my bank. It's about how much I put into the world, how much goodness, and that could be just going around giving people hugs and smiling, and you're providing value just by that act of kindness that you're doing, opposed to, hey, how much dollars did I get for each hug that I gave? Then it takes away from that real purpose and meaning of what your true value is, the energy, the currency that you bring to this earth.
Yeah, well, the whole value system is another part of another presentation I do, explaining the difference between financial values and humane values, and how one is in direct competition with the other. And it's very hard for the most humane people to function in this type of society without surrendering their humane values for financial and arguably demonic so-called values or principles. Let's see what the next one is here, Jesse. I'm conscious now, we've been going 2 hours and 10 minutes odd. So here's a clearer thing. So I'll read at the bottom. After centuries of estrangement, or at least partial estrangement from the divine, during which time it was historically necessary and practical to defer to the authorities, but I'm saying these are satanic authorities, right? We have forgotten two crucial things. One, that the only sole authentic authority is the spark of the divine that we each carry in our souls or our spirits. And two, that we each need to develop our minds so as to better align with origin source, the divine truth, because that which is not truth, with a capital T, is a lie. and the lie is the beginning of all that is evil. Okay, so in my mind, I hope I'm explaining this well to people. What I'm showing, his story, the who's the his here, well, it's the Cain figure, the dark masculine, the satanic archetype, whatever you want to call it. It's all of the dark traits of Cain, the murderer, the jealous person, the grasper, stronger than everyone else, so he bludgeons them into his will. That, obviously, and that you can't see it close up. There's a 666 in that symbol there, the satanic symbol, the Baphomet, the goat's head type thing. But this is the story of our history. The body dominated the feminine. The destructive masculine dominated the oppressed feminine. It's the history of our species. And if it doesn't change, it's happening again now, of course. When I say again, it's now coming to a sort of a climax. We've now got a very small group. And again, a few hundred people, I would imagine, at most, a few hundred people, but who have organized human society in this pyramid structure in such a manner that everybody who is within the structure is obliged to obey the satanic principle. Do what I tell you, bow down and worship me, and I'll let you have whatever you want in the kingdoms and principalities of the world. In other words, you get the moolah, you get the money, you just do as you're told. The fact that I'm a satanic authority, well, that's the bargain. You get your 30 pieces of silver, you give me your soul. And I'm arguing that what has to happen is, if you see on the outside there, we have to reverse the body and the mind, and then we have to encourage the mind to reach the original spirit. That's how we stop being in service to the beast. And we'll go to the next one.
And make it her story?
Well, it would become our story.
Our story, okay.
Because there's a place for the proper masculine in the story. Possibly the biggest lie currently in circulation is the notion that by diluting, amending, altering, or variously enhancing our status as human beings, by merging our sexuality, by creating new genders, by blending our minds and bodies with patented and contracted medications, with superhuman technology and or with artificial intelligence, thus surrendering all of our authority to the diabolicals. But these can never replace our original identities as children of light, connected uniquely and individual to our Creator, the Source, the Great Spirit, the source of light, of love and truth, the only true antidote to the great lie. So you see in the middle here, this is a lot of the symbolism associated with the pandemic, the World Economic Forum, the World Health Organization, the virus itself, the injections, the 6.6 distance, the chrome symbols, all of the thermogurgic triangle. Somebody can fire in. I'll have to go on Google and print it out and listen to how it's said, because it's a real tongue twister. But in other words, this is an attempt, and this whole gender confusion thing is part of the Great Reset agenda. It's not a great reset back to the Garden of Eden. It's the great reset into the final kingdom of hell on earth. And if you're not, if you try to stay outside of this dark triad where you get your money and you don't get persecuted if you do as you're told, again, I'd like to think that the reason I was thrown in jail last Tuesday, arguably for 3 months. I was supposed to be there 3 months, Jesse. And I should say, just very briefly on the program here, don't worry about it. If you're interested, go on the Integrity Ireland Facebook page. I just finished an hour and a bit broadcast before I came on with you, Jesse, about that story. People, if you have any doubts that you're living in the kingdom of hell, if you have any doubts that the authorities are not to be trusted. Now, I don't mean individual agents working in their own closeted position where they're doing their best to do what they believe is right and all that sort of stuff. I'm talking about these structures by which the authorities cannot function. If you still believe that they're not diabolical, you can go and listen to that story and you'll start to understand it. It's a story that's been going on in my life, certainly the direct attacks for about 17 years now, including the loss of my wife last year in similar circumstances where so-called authorities, including the High Court in Ireland, a very top hospital, consultants and everything, colluded to protect the system that ultimately cost my wife her life. And that, again, it's a very sad story. I'm not trying to pull on your heartstrings other than to emphasize how serious this is. So here we go. So the children of light, the only true antidote to the great lie. I think I've only got a couple more. It might only be one more after this. But again, please use these slides, guys. They're there as an educational source. All right, here we go. So,
Stephen,
yes.
Someone just asked if they could use these slides as their calendar. Claudia, she says, "Can I make an annual calendar from your slides, please?"
Yeah, I'm flattered, very flattered that you'd suggest that, Claudia. What I'm saying, look, I'm not claiming that all these notions are perfect. I do have, and I say this again with, I hope, with appropriate modesty. I have a sort of a, call it a gift, whether it's a Asperger's type little leaning or whatever, but I have a gift of being able to look at things and get them in diagrammatic form like this. So, yeah, please use whatever, I'm putting them out there. I think I may have put copyright Stephen Manning on a couple of them or something, but don't worry about that. I'm not, the whole point of doing this is part, first of all, I believe it's part of my own particular mission. I hope that doesn't sound too grandiose or holy or anything like that. That's not me, okay? But I do feel a responsibility. I believe, not just because I'm saying it, I believe that this is self-evident truth. It's very logical. It may not be exactly perfect. It may get improved upon in the future. But I do believe that this is one way of understanding this gender question in a humane and considerate and compassionate way that does not alienate the LGBTQ community unnecessarily, because we're starting from a position where everybody has to accept. If you're going to accept this model, this understanding, we all have to accept that none of us are perfect. And none of us have the right to declare our form of our own particular form of imperfection must be the norm. What we should all be looking at is understanding, no, there are two definitive genders, as we said at the very first slide, universal law. The second slide, there is feminine and there is masculine. This is a universal law. We can pretend otherwise. This gender confusion that we're all experiencing and witnessing in human society today is a byproduct of, I suppose you'd call it human species dysphoria. Would that be the word? Is it dysphoria they use? So it's human dysphoria, not sexual dysphoria. Yeah, it's human dysphoria. But in this case, they've just isolated the sexual element of it. But it also coincides with our psychology, our spirituality, our physicality, everything. But we shouldn't be trying to enforce a flawed model of human sexuality if it does not align with universal law.
Yeah, I'm 100% with anyone feeling whatever they need to feel, being whoever you want to be. If you want to, associate yourself with the cat or a tree, and that's who you want to be you. You do what you need to do. Just don't impose that on anyone else to have to agree with it, have to align with it, and even worse, don't put that on to the children and teach that's normal and proper, because anyone has the freedom. You be who you want to be, you love who you want to be, you do what you want to be, but just don't impose that. Don't make it that others have to believe that, have to feel that, nobody's going to harm you. You do what you want to do, but don't think that other people have to accept it is what the case is, because people are allowed to disagree. And that's in a free and open society. You don't have to agree with everybody. Just don't be ignorant and don't try to hurt anybody you don't agree with.
I think, Jesse, there's one thing I do need to clarify, and this might cause a little bit of ire, but I've used this example previously. There's some common sayings like, oh, we all have to respect each other, and we can all agree to differ. And like in religious speak, they'll say, oh, you can believe what you want to believe. I have a slightly different position. I'm saying, no, we should all be trying to understand truth, right? However form that might take. And if we, if we have two radically different points of view, let's say, for example, Jesse, I say, I think it's okay if someone If someone steals your car, I think it's justified to shoot them as they're driving away. And you might say, oh my God, absolutely not. That's, you don't take a human life just because they stole your car. That's not important enough. And I then decide that I'm going to enforce what I believe, and the rest of society gets up and says, no, Stephen, you can't just shoot people. If you took your car, follow him, take the number plate, we'll call the police, do whatever. You can't. Now, if someone attacks you personally or in danger of your life inside your house, in those cases. And we do have laws like this, don't we, that say what's allowable and what isn't. What I'm trying to explain, and I hope I'm doing it in as compassionate a way as is possible, what I'm trying to explain is nobody fully understands how serious this issue is. Nobody really understands, especially the people who are promoting this gender fluidity thing, how destructive this could possibly be. If this becomes common teaching in the schools, and if posters and billboards in the mainstream media, which is happening in movies and everything, all start playing out this stuff, they're removing us from our ability to reconnect with the divine. It's straightforward as that. It's really that simple. Sexual confusion is not a gateway to true humanity. It's a departure from it. All of us are in this state, partial sexual confusion. When I say partial, I'm not saying, for example, I've got no notions, no homosexual notions at all. But I'm also aware that for instance, I know people who are homosexuals and, we're good friends and all that sort of stuff. But I've had to think what it must be like and why. It's not their fault. Something has happened. They've been born that way. So you can't just condemn them and dismiss them and everything. But I'm also recognizing, hold on a minute. If I were to claim that I'm a perfect man, spirit, mind, and body, and then I said, you people over there are a bunch of freaks. Now that, it would be justified if I was a perfect man. But because I know I'm not, it's not a position I can hold. What I'm saying is, guys, instead of trying to enforce this model over here, why don't you come with me and let's head in the right direction together? Yes, if you need to express yourself as a homosexual man, let's say, find a way to do it that is least damaging to society, that is least damaging to innocent children who don't need to know certain things at certain ages. Just like me, let's say I need to have a drink every night. Okay, Jesse, all right? I need to have a drink every night. I know that's not the perfect model of a perfect man would have the discipline or wouldn't need to have a drink. Let's say I do, right? I just need to. It helps me get through the day and it's become a habit, okay? Does that give me the right to go out and advocate that, hey, you guys out there, stop telling alcoholics they can't do what they want? And everyone says, well, the trouble is alcoholics are responsible for 2/3 of all the thefts, the wife beatings, the whatever, the crashes, the road crashes. It's not something we want to promote in human society. We don't want to promote alcoholism as the way to be. Why not? Because it's clearly destructive. It's not a useful habit to develop, So in the same vein, and I know some people are taking affront. Someone said there a moment ago, we all have the same value. That's not true. It's just simply not true. It's a nice sounding declaration to make, and it's a platitude that, well, okay, we all have a right to speak. No, we don't actually. Some people have more of a right to speak because they're closer aligned with the truth. Some people should have the wisdom to keep quiet, And in a way, this refers, and again, I know I'm putting my position out there quite strongly. What I am saying is, I have personal friends who are fit into this community model. I treat them with dignity, with respect. I don't need to know what they may or may not be doing in their private lives. But I also talk to them about these models and these ideas. Just the same as I have to service my faults, my failings, my bad habits, because I'm a flawed, sinful, imperfect human being. But I realize also that even as I service some of those faults and failings, that it is a weakness that I'd be better off trying to work my way out of if I could. And now some of these people, because it's a sexual issue of identity, they're stuck with it for all their lives. The answer is not to try and enforce it on the rest of society. The answer is to try and get all of us to understand. Let's help each other as best we can, not by prohibiting these people or everything, but by being compassionate and by encouraging genuine love, which is the original model of the original spirit, mind, and body. That's love in action. The love comes through the spirit, but also recognizing the terrible damage that's been done to the kids. I mean, actually, to drift slightly, ever so slightly, the whole notion of paedophilia, for example, there can't be a responsible adult on the planet who would say that paedophilia is a good thing. But the absolute fact of the matter is that this LGBTQ plus a agenda, plus moves by the mainstream media, plus moves by the legislators to decriminalize certain things, changing words here and there, so that now all of a sudden it's a female person. There's no distinction between an adult woman and a pubescent child, and so on. These are all moves towards the normalization of deviations from the original model, because not only do you have masculine and feminine, you also have parents and children. And the relationship between a father and his daughter is very different to the relationship between a husband and wife. Yeah. And what a lot of these movements are trying to do is muddy the waters and fog the issue to such a point that people will no longer be able, if you don't know if you're a man or a woman, how on earth are you going to be able to identify properly, authentically with the original notion of an Adam or an Eve? It's literally impossible. So here we go. Sorry, I'll wait for Denise's thing to, in understanding that humans are the only known entity that is capable of consciously violating universal law, which I argue is the definition of evil. It's our violation of universal law, right? But the only ones we can do it are us. Animals can't do it, plants can't do it. They operate in instinct and according to the laws of nature, whatever. But in understanding we're the only ones capable of consciously violating universal law, and in understanding that this is the very definition of human evil, then it is clear that even as we recognize our own individual lapses, failings, and failures to live up to a 100% perfect model of individual humanity, that in the same vein, no flawed group amongst us has the right or moral authority to assert their particular flawed version of humanity in defiance of universal law. Actually, I think I say it quite well there. I waffled on for about 20 minutes. I could have just read the text, and I'll see if I got next one to finish or not. Well, actually, you like this, Jesse. It's not the best slide because of the way the colors came out. This is one of the logos that we're using. If you'll notice, actually, it comes out as a greenie there, but it's actually white, blue, and red again there, believe it or not. The center is the angle. Truth matters. That's the original Checkpoint Ireland logo. I used it in Japan when I was teaching English, because in Japan, if something is correct, they put a circle around it. And if it's wrong, they use that tick mark. Isn't that interesting? It's completely the reverse. So I put them together, right and wrong combined in symbolism there. Truth matters. And literally, the solution is you. The solution is not the next political party. The solution is not the next king or prince. The solution is not the next messiah. The solution is you. And we may need a whole ream of saints, sages, political parties, churches, religions, messiahs, organizations, businesses, and everything to transition us into a position where we reclaim our divine sovereign authority. If I'm Adam in the Garden of Eden, I don't need any authority to tell me what to do. I'm the Son of God. I'm talking to him myself. He's my buddy. We're walking and talking in the garden. I don't need a government. I don't need a general. I don't need a bishop. I don't need anybody to be telling me what to do. And I know while I say that, I'm saying that in context of the reality that we're living in the kingdom of hell on earth. I know people get annoyed about that. Oh, Jesus came to save us. Look, that's another discussion for another day. Look around you. Is there any greed? Is there any violence? Is there any poverty? Is there any injustice? Is there any grief? Is there any pollution? Is there any war? Are there any large companies and oligarchs trying to turn us into slaves? Is there any sexual confusion out there? This is the kingdom of hell on earth. And we're seeing it being made manifested in many different ways. This is, I believe, now this is a belief. Again, I said, I think the evidence leads us to this conclusion that we have entered what the Bible would describe as the last days. I don't think it's going to be a matter of days. It could be decades, could be centuries. I don't know. It could be months. I literally don't know. But I believe the time is upon us because of so many things happening and the opportunity for so many people to learn so much. The COVID thing, as I said before, has kicked everybody right up the caboose. Everyone who was sleepwalking, everyone who was complacent, everyone who was apathetic, suddenly gone, whoops, maybe this complacency and apathy is not such a good idea when the diabolicals are trying to get us.
So I think, Stephen, that beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and everybody has a different eye for beauty. I see this as the kingdom of heaven that's veered away, that's been, taken away from that true alignment. I still see it as heaven. It's just we have enough for everybody's need, just not everybody's greed and the need to control others, to take them away from the true kingdom of heaven, what this is supposed to be. Is it in alignment? Is it a perfect kingdom of heaven? No. There is a lot of everything that you mentioned that people are trying to turn this beautiful Garden in Eden into the hell that you have described. And, this is where it's, again, everybody's got a different eye for what this is. Some people see it as, the dark place that it's become, or some people still see it as the beautiful kingdom of heaven, the Garden of Eden, that we just need to lead people back to alignment again, back to natural or universal law, to get it back into some place where we could, be proud of the place that we live in, opposed to right now it seems to be a little bit hard to be proud of this kingdom of heaven, the way the destruction, the wars, the poverty, the greed, the destruction that's being caused here, politically, physically, emotionally, psychologically, spiritually, it's been taking us away from that true kingdom of heaven, which it's supposed to be here.
Yeah. Excellent, Jesse. Well, I suppose the example of the Native American Indians would be a good example. I use this pyramid structure. And what I'm saying is that, let's say all of these mini diabolical kingdoms are being set up around the world in the form of, businesses, organizations, governments, tribes, nation states, empires, or whatever, right? Now, within them, there are places. Now, the physical location, I would say the physical location of the Garden of Eden, I believe, was the earth. I think that's what it was intended to be. What's made it into the kingdom of heaven, as I describe it, is the fact that this diabolical structure has become so large and so all-encompassing that there's hardly anything to do with human agency happening in the world today that can escape the presence and the pressure and the influences of this diabolical structure. This.
Not true. Nature.
Okay.
Nature.
Well, no,
you go out in nature, you walk yourself in nature. There is no diabolical. There is no, you may see a little sediment of chemical sprays that may be coming out of the sky. But really, if you put yourself into nature, Mother Nature, of any direction, of any country and any continent, and you take a walk by yourself where you're just walking with Mother Nature and God around you, you are in the Garden of Eden. You are in heaven. You aren't being led with any of these ideologies and indoctrination, these poisonings. You're still in. So there is still lots of heaven, pure heaven still here. It's just right. The system, society, the structure of money and the structure of things that's taking control. That place, our societal structures, it is fully immersed in this corruption, in this darkness, in this way that's trying to take people away from that true essence of what God truly is, and the magic of the Garden of Eden, the magic of heaven, which is supposed to be here.
You missed a word I said, Jesse. That little 2-minute rant there, which is very well said. You were challenging something that I actually agreed with. I said everything of human agency.
Oh, okay.
That is captivated. So that excludes nature, of course. And that was the point I was making, that if you go back to the Native American Indians and you picture them in their tribes, out on their horses and the buffaloes, respecting nature, living in harmony with it and the land. And then the white man encroaches. That would be the corners of one of these pyramids, sliding onto the Native American territories, dispossessing them and trying to separate them from their, their understanding of nature and their harmony with nature, and forcing them, for instance, to become Christians or to go to school, wear Western clothes, stop living in teepees, and you just give them some whiskey and let them at it. This was a destruction of human communities that were arguably far closer to the original spirit of Eden than anything the so-called advanced and educated white man was bringing with him, with his iron horse, and his guns and all the rest of it, But anyway, so we agree actually on that point, Jesse. I'd say, physically speaking, the kingdom of heaven and earth is here. Philosophically speaking, and in regards to human agency, structures, corporations, businesses, and the methodologies they employ to advance themselves, it's only business. What does that mean? It means I'm going to exploit you to the limits I can possibly do and call it business because we've got a bit of paper that says I can do it. I can trade like this. But it's inhumane. It's not in alignment with the original spirit, So, well, there you are at 2.5 hours there, Jesse. I hope I didn't offend anyone. I certainly am not intending to, but the nature of any form of new truth often unsettles, and just being unsettled is sometimes enough for people to feel affronted or offended. I honestly and sincerely apologize to anybody, especially anybody in the LGBTQIA plus community, who thinks I'm being either prejudiced or elitist or anything of that nature. That's honestly not the intention. I think this is a very logical and sensible explanation of how we've got so much real and imagined and projected gender confusion in human society today. I think it's extremely dangerous for us not to understand it in a manner that can neutralize the damaging aspects of this gender fluidity agenda. We need to work to it. We have to be brave. We have to stand up for our children. I took my own son out of school, not because of this issue, but I would have done. I admire, there's a man called Josiah Burke over here in Ireland who was suspended from his job as a teacher. He wouldn't back down. He wouldn't use the pronouns. He's a Christian evangelist, but I admire his courage. And he stood up to the system. And in the end, it's sort of funny. In the end, after keeping him in jail for a couple of months, and he wouldn't relent, they were saying he was contempt of court. He just kept going back to the school. He wouldn't accept the suspension. He kept turning up for work with his briefcase. They just leave him outside the gates locked, and the school was pandering to the agenda. Oh, yes, little Johnny here has decided he wants to be a girl. You must call him, it, or her, or something. And the teacher said, no, I'm not going to comply with this nonsense. His name's Johnny, and that's what he's going to be called, type of thing. And he was suspended. The school board were all following the line that was being dictated to them. And he ended up in court, contempt of court. He wouldn't obey because it was against his principles. And I remember I made a prediction early on in the thing. I said, this is going to be interesting to see how what I know to be a diabolical system deals with a man of principle. There's only one outcome. He's going to win one way or the other, because I got the impression from him he wasn't going to back down. Look him up, Josiah Burke. He's from a family that were all self-educated. They're all very highly qualified in different fields. But what was very interesting and a little bit funny, I think, is that eventually the High Court didn't know what to do. I mean, they were heaping fines on him, the ridiculous amounts of money and everything, and he wouldn't relent. No matter how long they left him in prison, he said, I'm not going to turn against my God. That was his belief. I'm not turning against God on this. This is a fundamental belief. And eventually, a High Court judge says, right, it seems that this Mr. Burke is gaining an advantage, some sort of an advantage by staying in prison. And so in that case, we're going to release him. Honest to God. And so I put up a video and I said, yeah, the advantage that Mr. Burke was gaining by staying in prison was that he's not going to go to hell. Which I thought was funny anyway. So, Jesse, thanks again for the time. The last slide, I'll check it, but I think it's an invitation for people to send accolades, applause, and the occasional Yes, it is. But anyway, no, it's there on our ticker, so we'll come back to it. That's okay. We'll go back 2 slides to, yeah. So leave that with people. Look, the slides are free to use for anyone, guys. With the passing of my wife, I'll say this, and I know it's a personal note, but with the passing of my wife just a little over a year ago, tragic passing it too. It's a story in itself. I got a big shock. I also, myself, I suffered a stroke. Or it's the best interpretation the doctors had. I was very, very sick for about this time last year, and was ordered to the intensive care unit in the hospital because of the way my wife had been treated. And I won't go into that story right now, other than to say it's another example of the system sacrificing its principles, its ethos, its professional regulations, and even the lives of people in order to protect itself, you know. But it was a shock to me, and I realized all of a sudden, you know, at any time, any of us could be called away. You know, there's enough wickedness in the world as well. You know, me being thrown in jail last week, big shock to me. All of a sudden, I was in danger of losing my son, my special needs son, could have been taken into state care, and I'd never got him back. Thank God for a lot of decent people. I mean, the response was incredible, Jesse. I'll be going on later to look now and see. We advertised that I would put a Facebook post up about it. Tens of thousands of people were, responding that they were. I mean, it really was incredible, and a great encouragement to me, because we have our ups and downs. You know, we have days where we don't feel so confident. I doubt my own, sanity sometimes. Well, not so much my own sanity, but my motivations, my direction, what's exactly the right thing to do. For example, now, should I go after this belligerent psychopathic judge for what he did, which was, without going into the details, horrendously unlawful, completely criminal behavior? Should I do that, knowing that I'm entering back into the dens of iniquity, not for my satisfaction, but to show the public, to enlighten them a little bit more? This is what we're facing, guys. You're letting these people ascend to positions of power and authority, and then you're surprised when they act like demons, like satanic diabolicals, when they just throw people to the wolves, where they sign contracts to inject millions of people with untested so-called medications that we now know are killing millions, all predicted by some of us. We knew this was coming because we understood it, and we cried from the wilderness. And again, I'm just pleased that at last the tide seems to be slowly turning, and bit by bit people are waking up. But yeah, it was extraordinarily hurtful being cut off by your family, even by sometimes your own children, and and then having to offer it up to God and say, I still love them. And that remains the case if you're looking in at this, guys, and my friends that cut me off and everything, and people who have accused me falsely and things like that. But the human part of me would like to give you a punch in the nose and say, don't do it again. The higher part of me, which I try to aspire to encourage, the spiritual aspect. You look at it and you go, what would God do? If and you realize you've got to try and personify the love of God as best you can, and be open to the possibility. Remember that saying, Jesse? Every saint had a past, and every sinner has a future. Yeah. So if we look at each other with that level of compassion, and again, I hope these slides, when people look at them back again, hold on a minute, and they think about it. And I mean, obviously they won't be perfect. There might be ways they can be amended in future. But as a starting point, as a diagram, and as a position to view this gender confusion issue that's captivating everybody, and realizing honestly how very, very, very dangerous this is if it becomes accepted as the norm in human society, because there's nothing more dangerous than losing your soul. Believe in a soul or not, your conscience, your morality, your personality, your destiny, your sovereignty, call it what you like, your connection to the source, to God. You lose that, and you are no more than the beast. 66.6% of the whole. That's what we're being told and warned against. Do not accept the mark of the beast. What's that? Human society in diabolical form. Don't accept it. Do your best. I mean, we have to accept parts of it because we're part of it, but at least wake up first, realize that that's what you're in. My God, we're in a battle here between good and evil, and I wasn't aware of it, but I'm actually feeding the troops, the wicked troops here. Maybe I need to start giving them less rations, or maybe I need to, asked to do a different job type of thing, you know. We're just not aware that we are actually largely a part of the problem, but often in unconscious ways, in unwilling ways or unwitting ways. We've all been trained and conditioned to be parts of the machine. That's just the way it is. We just haven't recognized that the machine is fundamentally diabolical. So there are forms of society we can aspire to, and maybe we can talk about that another day. But at this point, it's all about knowledge. It's all about the age of wisdom. Wisdom is the feminine, the sophos, right? She's the feminine dimension. We're moving out of this 4,000 biblical years of horror, you know, that culminated in Christ being crucified at the age of 33 and a third. Remember? Yeah. And maybe I'll leave you with a little thing, a Canadian thing. I don't know, will this get me arrested, shot, whether flipping missile will come through the roof or something because I've said this. But while we were doing the exploration of all the symbolism away from the gender topic now, guys, just a little anecdote to close on, and let people go away and do a bit of homework and see what the reaction is. This whole notion of the Antichrist, and the Antichrist being the beast, you know, the beast is the Antichrist, and he will be, you know, his number is 666 and blah, blah, blah. Here is wisdom that he who knows and everything. Anyway, in my research, I managed to find a program online where we could run the names of famous people, and particularly famous diabolical people, or people who might fill that role, you know, world leaders, industry leaders, you know, people at the top of pharmaceutical companies and all that. And we just started running the names to see what their values were. And interestingly, and again, this will be for another day, Jesse, I think I touched on it the other day with all of these coincidences around the Wuhan incident on September the 12th. There's sixes all over it. 666, 18 years after, exactly 18 years the day after 9/11, all this sort of stuff. 66 days later, you have the Event 201 Gates sponsored program. You know, it's just incredible the amount of diabolical symbolism that could be, if symbolism means anything, could be the subliminal way that the source, the energies, are trying to nudge us and say, will you bloody well look at this? This is not a good thing. Stop complying with it. So as I was going through all these world leaders, of course, I put in your most favorite natural born leader,
Castro. Justin Castro.
Yeah, but wait, we'll get to that now in a second. So I put in, so his full name is Justin Pierre Trudeau, right? So I put that in and I added it up. No, you see what it is. You get the total and you divide by 6. That's how we've been doing it. Okay, and so we tried Justin Trudeau, Justin Pierre Trudeau. No, it didn't want. And then of course there's the story about Castro being his real father, and so we put in Justin Pierre Castro and did the calculation, and it comes to 240. You divide 240 by 6 and you get 40. It's our interesting little number. You divide 40 by 6 and you get 6.666 eternally recurring.
Wow.
The fact that he was born on Christmas Day might not even be a factor, but I just wonder, if you're going to be the Antichrist, when would you likely to be born? Now, of course, I'm not saying this definitively. I don't want to make a mockery of everything else we're doing because it's a speculation, but it's a very curious speculation. The fact he was born in 1971 also aligns with a number of other events, like Klaus Schwab setting up what was to become the World Economic Forum, Nixon changing the fiat currency, changing, the gold standard to fiat currency. All that happened there. So it might be interesting looking back at what 40s, 400s, 70s, 700s align with that date. I'll get to that in some point. But that struck me. That really struck me, because if I was, again, I don't want to unnecessarily offend the guy, because he was a snowboard instructor. I was a ski instructor myself, when I was younger, so he was a snowboard instructor. But if you were creating someone to advance a devious agenda, one could arguably say, and of course he's been handpicked by Schwab as well, to do the bidding of the Great Reset and everything, But, oh, by the way, this numerology, when people start popping up, there are a whole range of different types of numerology. This, the one that the one that we use, and I didn't use any other format. It's very simple. It's just A is 1, B is 2, C is 3. You just add up the total of the letters, divide by 6, you know. But if I were to try and propagate somebody who would fit the characteristics, you know, it would be from a union, a marriage where the mother was deliberately and randomly promiscuous, where it appears Castro was chosen to be the father of the couple's children, arguably because Mr. Trudeau Sr. just wasn't in the running anymore, type of thing. We know that they went to some island in the Caribbean that has been kept a secret, you know, 9 months previously, and so on and so forth. It's all very strong evidence. There's a post that says that one of Castro's sons that lived with him was always being told that he needed to measure up to Justin, and so on and so forth. You know, he talks about him as his brother, my brother Justin, and all this. So there's a lot of strong circumstantial evidence to support, not to mention the likeness. And then you have a guy, you know, in other words, an illicit marriage union to produce, you know, somebody who is born on Christmas Day that then evolves into this character who is the epitome of a dictator in disguise, you know, charming, handsome, very good, and can lie with ease and abandon. Now, I'm not saying definitively, I'm just saying watch him. Keep an eye out, right? Keep an eye out, especially in Canada, of all places, you know. The colors of the Messiah as well, interestingly, red and white. Would have been better if they were red and black, of course. You know, that would have been the best giveaway, you know. If anybody can find Trudeau wearing a little red and black badge or something of that nature, let me know. But that would be the traditional colors of the Messiah, red and white. Yeah, for all the reasons we talked about earlier.
Yeah, I don't particularly think that the Antichrist is one person. I think the Antichrist is the ones out there that are not only promoting and defending the beast system, but the ones that are actually, you know, directing the ship of what it is. And the Antichrist is unconditional love. Anyone that's living in that, conditional love. Anyone that's living in that conditional state of love where you can only love based on certain amount of conditions, you're living in that Antichrist state that, you know, all of these world leaders who are following along, you know, with this beast system that are, you know, went and closed down their countries, that made it mandated for them to get these injections. All of them are the Antichrist. One could maybe resemble it more, like you said, a little bit more symbolism than the others, but they're, in my eyes, they're all the Antichrist. They're all the beast system. You either are for unconditional love, where you want to protect one another, protect the environment, protect you're in, you know, that unconditional love state, or you've put conditions on, you know, who you can or can't love. And, you know, and I think that that is indicative of what, you know, the Antichrist is and the Antichrist energy. So I don't per se think it's one person. Some people in the comments were saying Prince William, he's the first with the blood of all 12 families in power. Some people say Charlie, the fake king, is mentioned. You know, everybody has their own, you know, beliefs of who
Linda's
this.
with me. Well done, Linda.
Of beliefs of who this Antichrist may be.
But you see, sorry, Jesse.
Okay. I just believe it's, you know, this whole system is this Antichrist system. That's what the Antichrist is. And the people that are loving the system, the people that are defending it, people that are trying to put people in jail because they oppose the Antichrist system, all of them are, you know, right down from the peace officers all the way up to Chuck the Turd. You know, anyone who is, you know, that is actually, Yeah, actually, defending, promoting, protecting, administering the beast system. That is what the Antichrist is in my own eyes.
Well, that fits exactly with the model I've been explaining, that like the phrase in Revelation 13:18 is, here is wisdom. Do you remember me telling you about this, Jesse? This is so important. Everybody just skims over that. Here is wisdom. It doesn't say this is wisdom, listen to wisdom. It said, here is wisdom. I'm saying that is the spirit of this feminine divine they're talking about. Here is wisdom. What does this mean? Here is wisdom. Let he who has understanding calculate the number of the beast, because it is the number of a man or mankind. And that number is 666. Now, again, the different translations, I've found them. So if you can look at it in the collective, which is human beings absent their soul, the third of them that connects them to the divine, which leaves beasts, same as animals. That's one way of looking at it. Or as individuals, you're looking at individuals who epitomize all of the traits of the demonic masculine, and always starts with deception. It might also start with adultery in conception, and so on and so forth, because that's the counter opposite of the Christ notion, the Christ figure, the perfect man. Lies, deception, manipulation, oppression of others, soullessness, and so on and so forth. So there's many, many people who could fit that. But once we start understanding it, then we can start to plan to do something about it. But if I could, Jesse, just to finish now, we're at 4 minutes to go on. We'll make it to the 3 hours, then we'll stop. How's that?
I just wanted to make a comment here from what Lori said. This was a great comment. So people who turn from evil and whistle blow saves lives. So people that turn from evil, people that were part of that Antichrist beast system that decided to repent, I guess, and see the error of their ways. They no longer wanted to be, are no longer, they could have been a total Antichrist, but now they've turned from that darkness and wanted to become part of the light. Now they're part of that, unconditional love back into the light. So they're no longer, even if they were, and even if they did a lot of these horrific things, they can turn from that darkness and come back into the light.
Excellent. You're looking at something here. Funny enough, this one, I'll stop here, but this is a presentation, Jesse. If you do choose to invite me back on again, I'll show you a presentation that will blow everybody's minds. You talk about symbolism and what it means. This is just 666 coincidences about Wuhan. And we'll spend 2 minutes on this, Jesse, and then I'll say goodnight. If people want to know more about this, I've got a little slide presentation, again, about 14 or 15 slides. That will leave nobody in any doubt that there's something going on, that there's planning behind this, not necessarily purely of human agency, but there is planning behind this, and we have to understand it. So September the 12th, 2019, at between 2 and 3 a.m. in the morning, the Wuhan Institute of Virology database was shut down. There's been no access to it since. All right. On the same day, a new ventilation system was ordered, air conditioning system, to the cost of many millions, and the military security was brought in to replace the civilian security. Something obviously happened on the 12th. Now, it's ruined already in a way, because you can see the pictures on the left and all the rest of it. But all I just want you to do is look at all the sixes. We'll go to 9/11 in a second, right? We'll come back to that. Top left, the Track and Trace Act, which is the one that allows the military to go in with doctors into Americans' homes and inject them forcefully, right? That was listed under HR 6666, all right? The United States was funding, through the EcoHealth Alliance, the Wuhan Institute of Virology, all right, for 6 years up there. After this event on the 12th of September, 6 days later, you got the United Nations World at Risk Report. That was many months in the making, but it's all to do with pandemics and the emergency measures necessary afterwards, 6 days after the event. 36 days after was October the 18th. 2019. It was the same day the Military World Games in Wuhan started, and Bill Gates did his event 201 in New York. Don't forget, Bill Gates' patent 060606, registered in June 2019. Add them up, they all come to 18666. 3 6s are 18. Back down here, then you go back to the biggie. The 9/11 attacks in New York happened, and again, do your research, guys, you'll understand what I'm talking about. happened exactly 18 years to the day before this event on September the 12th, 2019. There's 13 hours or so difference between the two. That brings you from 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, brings you back to around midday or 1 o'clock in the afternoon in New York on the 11th of September. So you tell me, and again, without making any comments on the 11th of September, 9/11 attacks, the coincidences alone, someone has to stop and say, well, and of course here, 66 days, the very first case, there it is, that's from the newspaper, very first case of COVID was traced to November the 17th, 20. I didn't go looking for this, guys. I just put in the date and up came these events. Then I looked at event 201, I worked out how long it was, exactly 36 days from when this happened. The coincidences are incredible and cannot be ignored. I'm not saying I'm giving the absolute reason for everything here, but I'm saying that the symbolism suggests that something, to use biblical terms, something satanic and huge and desperate happened on the 12th of September 2019. And you'll notice this was written out. I had this stuff out a year and a half ago, I think, is when I did the Crisis Color Coup book. There it is again, guys, just a little flash, a little bit of self-promotion. But it explains how human evil is becoming ensconced in human society and how this whole thing was able to happen because we've been sleepwalking our way into hell, figuratively speaking. If somebody can come up with a better explanation for all of these events coinciding on all these sixes and all the rest of it, other than there being sinister dark forces at work, either beyond the understanding of the puppet masters or with their active complicity. At this point, it doesn't matter. The most important thing is that we recognize this is evil in action. And it's a level of evil on a global scale that could put paid to our ability to ever reconnect with the divine and recreate the kingdom of heaven or the Garden of Eden on earth. Okay, just gone past the 3 hours. What do you think?
A couple questions before we go.
Sure.
One question, I kind of asked it earlier when we started. Now, these coincidences.
Yes.
Do you believe that these occulted, knowledged people that rule this dimension, the puppet masters that have been pulling the strings for so long, are they using these symbols, these numerological numbers, signs? Do you think that they're doing this intentionally? Or do you think that this might be kind of some divine intervention, that all these things seem to just happen to give us the signs, to show us that, this is of evil intent, for the people that are awake and aware to be able to find this information, to be able to have some ammo to teach the people, to show the people that this is happening? Because there's two sides to, maybe some of it is or some not. Or what's your thoughts on general on why most of, if not all of these horrific events and people and, people that are part of the beast, we do have these symbols and signs everywhere. This numerology can be shown in lots of different things. So
yes.
Your thoughts, if it's them doing it purposefully or this is possibly divine, that we're getting these messages, to teach us to be aware.
Right. Again, in this other presentation would be probably the best way to answer this. You see, it's a loaded question in the sense that, again, like I said, there's things I know and there's things I believe. What I can say is that I know that these coincidences are happening. And because they're happening with increasing frequency, we can no longer call them coincidences. That's what Carl Gustav Jung would say. If they keep happening, you've got to come to the natural conclusion something's causing it to happen, right? It's not, in other words, the more often a coincidence happens, the less likely it is a coincidence, meaning a happenstance, okay? So first things first, somebody or something or some energy is planning this. Now, one of the best examples I could give for this was in Ireland. They legitimized abortion in 2019. They legalized it. In the first year, and I've got slides, I haven't got them here now though, because I don't want to drag on too long. But in the first year of legalized abortions in Ireland, the official figures, you can check it for yourself, go in and just look for it on the internet. 2019, abortions in Ireland. The official figures are that 6,666 babies were aborted. Now, if I were to suggest to you, in context of this damning symbolism, that that is a massive act of child sacrifice necessary to usher in the next stage of the diabolical agenda, would that be too far-fetched to consider?
No.
Because traditionally, all of the pagan, we'll call them pagan, well, it's not the best name for them, but pagan religions have often indulged in sacrifices of virgins and whatever, and calves and cows and sheep and everything, or babies. Babies, because it's the most precious blood. It's unsullied, you see. Baby's blood is the purest, the most precious. So if there was a massive act of child sacrifice to who? To Baal, to Satan, in advance of something that was coming. I'll just very quickly, I'll pop this next one. I won't go into all of these, Jesse. I think I covered some of these before. But there's the legal abortion. People can freeze this and look at it for themselves. Without explaining it all, which I won't now because we're eating into extra time now. Maybe we can do this another day. I did this one recently put it up on Facebook and whatever. Actually, this was taken down by YouTube because of, quote, medical information. But what? No, seriously, yeah, because I mentioned somewhere about the Track and Trace Act and, Gates's thing. It was enough, Gates's patent. But let's just put it this way. Did you know that the Lucis Trust is the publishing arm for the United Nations? You knew this, didn't you, Jesse?
Used to be Lucifer Trust, but they changed the name to Lucis Trust.
Yeah, no, Lucifer Publishing Company.
Lucifer Publishing Company named it to Lucis Trust, yeah.
Right. Well, their first address was 666 United Nations Plaza. Since changed to 686 United Nations Plaza. You say, oh, okay, another coincidence, little one. But they were set up by Freemasons in 1920, blah, 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 blah. When it was before the United Nations was the League of Nations, yeah, and so on. Anyway, you say, well, what's so thing? And you say, well, look, their zip code is the 666th root of pi. What's the chances that that could happen? I'm just jumping the rest of this stuff here. I'm jumping it. There it is. The address of the United Nations headquarters in New York, 10017. Look at the top right. 666th root of pi is 1.0017, etc., etc. You telling me now that we're still talking about coincidences?
Jared Kushner, his building, 666 Fifth Ave in New York.
Yeah, I'd never, as a matter of fact, when we were homeless for 10 months recently and they told us they were going to offer us a house, and I said to the agent, she showed me a particular house. She said, oh, this is the wrong one. And it was number 30 something, let's say. There's no way I was going to move into a house number 36 or definitely not 66, right? Just because I'm so sensitive to this stuff and you just think, oh, come on, it's a little signal, But I just said to her, there's certain numbers. I said something like, what number is the one you're talking about? She goes, oh, we don't know yet. Why? And I said, oh, well, there's a certain number we wouldn't be able to take. She thought I meant that I knew the neighbors living in the house nearby. I wouldn't want to live next to them or something, And she was totally bewildered. She's a very sensible person, very annoying actually, but she was a very sensible person, And I said, don't worry. I said, it's not for today. I said, I'll explain it to you another day. But as it turned out, we weren't moved into number 66. We were invited to move into another one, which we were able to accept. But these are the sort of coincidences, guys, that have to be understood. And you know who else has a headquarters based at the same address? And I don't have it in this slide. You're hardly going to believe this. I'll tell you this, the registered address of Pfizer in New York, the registered address is, I think, 66 Hudson Bay Boulevard or something like that. Look it up. Registered address, 66 Hudson Bay Boulevard. Their corporate headquarters is at this same zip code.
Wow.
Yeah. I've got it in another slide. I don't have it here today, I'm afraid, Jesse. Yeah,
that's quite a block to be on. If you had any type of business, I'm sure that not anybody could have just opened up a business in that place.
Well, if you see, the question that was asked was, do I believe This is, let's call them the puppet masters, human puppet masters, big, powerful, dark sociopaths and psychopaths. You can't visit this level of tragedy on humanity without being able to partition it aside and just say, oh, it's all justified, So sociopaths and psychopaths are people without souls or consciences, to put it in simple clinical terms, psychological clinical terms. Is it these people? I would imagine that there are some people in some of these secret societies at the very highest levels. For example, in Freemasonry, we know that the 33rd degree level, which again, there's your 33 again, yeah. At that level, why 33? At that level, the adherents are required to swear an oath to Lucifer. It's just part of the requirement. A lot of people in the lower echelons, the lower ranks of Freemasonry, think they are altruistic people who are out there to help people and do good in the world, not knowing that the people they're answering to have sworn an oath to Lucifer, who they see as their God. And they can often be very nice, very pleasant people. They're not dragging their knuckles around on the, on horns and, foul-smelling breath and all that. So no, these very charming people, well-dressed, well-mannered, living in nice, stately homes, good jobs and everything, totally and unwittingly serving, the beast system. So the more of this we understand, the sooner you'll get a coalescence of people who go, oh, right. So now that we know this, the first start is concept, what now is the plan? And how then do we take action? Centered on what? Our original divine sovereignty, which we do our best to develop, whatever means we know, prayers, songs, walking in the forest, being with loved ones, doing kind acts. I don't know. All of these are methods that develop our personalities and characters to be more in tune with the Spirit of God. I mean, in one sense, it's very simple. The trouble is we're trying to do it in hell. Well, again, I know Jesse will argue about that, but in a corporate kingdom of hell, if you like. In other words, I would like to just throw off my clothes and dance naked in the daisies, much as that might scare a lot of people off, But you're not allowed to do that. Someone will come and arrest you, So it's this dynamic that Jesus would have faced. How do I embody the Spirit of God amongst all of these stupid, ignorant, well-intentioned Israelites who don't understand or can't accept that I'm the guy they've been waiting for, And he had to, that awful dynamic where you can't be your natural self. If you were the Son of God, for example, you'd naturally want to act like Adam, and as Jesus called himself, the second Adam. You'd like to, act. I just saw the thing popped up. It was a bit disturbing. You'd like to act totally like Adam, but the trouble is, you got people starting wars, polluting the atmosphere, imposing their will tyrannically on others, and everything. It'd be very hard to function like a son of God in an environment like that. But that was the battle. That's the battle. You have to start somewhere, and you start with one person, and hopefully you get, then he gets married and he has children, and they get taught properly, and bit by bit they start building a community and a system that reflects the original divine model, and bit by bit all of the other divergent or deviant models realize, just like people in Ireland today, for instance, are beginning to see how rotten and corrupt the justice system is. They're less and less inclined to be paying money over or going in and being subservient to tyrannical, despotic judges. They're less and less likely to do it. And that's the start of the momentum. So I don't know what place we're at the moment, Jesse, on that cycle of momentum, but I do know that it started. I mean, the fact alone, I know people probably think because I've got a nice tie on and I speak reasonably eloquently and everything that I'm super well educated and came from a silver spoon in the mouth background. Not at all. I left school at 17. I was a soldier. I was a truck driver. I was a girl chaser, a romantic adventurer. I worked in all sorts of different jobs and everything. Eventually I did get in America, thank God, too. I started getting an education, and then I went on to study theology and psychology, and I found I had a certain capacity for it, enough but it eventually it brought me full circle to an understanding. Yeah, if someone like me who has no other right or qualification or expectation to sort of know stuff, important stuff, other than I've just been determined and I've kept an open mind. I've been determined, I've kept an open mind, I've recognized my own frailty and my own failings, and asked for them to be forgiven, and asked for. But I think that is such a rare combination, that people are determined and open-minded, because most people want to accept what they're taught, what they're told, and don't really want to question anything that's too unsettling or that'll upset their buddies in the pub. Sure, no politics, no religion. Well, what else is there? Let's talk about the important stuff. How are you today, Stephen? Well, a bit of a bad back, and got up a bit late, got caught for speed. People don't want to hear it. They want you to say, I'm fine, how are you? As we say in Ireland. How are you today? Grand. And yourself? Sure, fine, off you go. And they consider themselves to be friends, and, tell the truth, tell the truth, and shame the devil, as they say, Yeah.
You mentioned a lot of the sixes, and we have someone who's been supporting the Missing Link for a long time.
Yes.
And she's an elderly lady. I believe she said she's 66 right now. And she's battling some health issues, but I wanted to read what she says here. So it creeps me out too. I was born in 66. I have 666 in my social. I love Jesus Christ of Nazareth. He took me up at 2. He is my everything. Evil follows me all my life. If you knew my testimony, you wouldn't believe it. Her door number is 666. She said she was at the license tag. They tried to give her the number 666. She said, not, never. So she's a believer of Jesus, but seems like this 666 is the number 6 is following her around everywhere. And she even said she didn't want it because of this. What's your thoughts on someone who has this 666 following them in seemingly, with where she goes?
Yeah, well, it's really interesting. And again, I have to put a little bit of levity here. I'd say if you live at number 666, move. But if these numbers keep popping up like that and you're sensitive to them, you could be missing your vocation. Satan might be looking for you as his right-hand maiden, who knows? I mean, I'm saying this with levity because, of course, not everything. I mean, the stuff that I'm talking about here, this, generally speaking, is historical. I mean, this links in with the major world wars, with the major empires, the rise and fall of empires, the colors that nations use for their flags, big world-changing events, and you see these numbers and everything, or world-changing leaders like Hitler or Mussolini or even Justin Trudeau, Castro, whatever you want to call him. These are reasonable ways to apply, because otherwise, because Manchester United play in a red and black strip, it's like, I can't support them. They got that. No, we can't get silly about this. But I don't know how much I can tell you, but I will say, put it this way: I have faced a similar dilemma. There have been a series. I'll just give you 2 examples, just 2. I'll give you 3 examples, all right? On June the 6th, 1965, right? June the 6th, 1965, so the 6th of the 665. That was my first Holy Communion as a little Catholic boy in the west of Ireland. On June the 6th, 66, so all the 6s, 66 was the day we left Ireland to go to England. And we were given little prayer cards with the date marked onto them, some of which I carried all my life. I think I told you this before, Jesse. One of them was a picture of, quote, the Virgin Mary, who I now understand has been misidentified. But anyway, we won't go into that at the moment. But I kept that with me all the time. And that it was a big part of me discovering all of these things. 6666. When we were homeless, it was on the 6th of June, 2022. What's 2022? 3 6s. Again, 666. On that day, we were invited to leave the accommodation in a church building, actually. And it was okay. It was all legitimate. They had another group coming in. We only needed it temporarily. But very coincidentally, it fell on that date that we had to move. And it just so happened it triggered off a response by another friend who gave us a house to live in. So there's more, but I hesitate to do any more because I ended up looking in the mirror and asking myself, am I, just like this lady is doing, what on earth is going on with all of these 6s keep multiplying. And then the discoveries I'm personally making that I believe nobody else has made before. I certainly didn't read them anywhere else. These are discoveries I made myself, unique discoveries. Why is it all landing in my lap like this? Why are these numbers doggedly following me? You know, am I wicked? Am I the Antichrist? Well, I know in my heart and soul, just like this lady, I aspire to be good. I'm not interested. It doesn't in the least bit attract me, the notion of being a wrongdoer, an evildoer, hurting other people. I mean, sometimes I think about the diabolicals and I go, I'd like to hurt some of them. But then, literally, I believe it or not, even as in the moment that this judge, for example, tried to put me in a position where I might lose my own son, my special needs son, Danny. Oh my Lord, all the instincts of survival and horror and anger kick in. But it didn't take long for me to realize, no, literally, as Jesus would say, forgive them, for they know not what they do. They're acting out in evil ways because they're trapped and possessed by this system. I hope that as we do move to educate this judge, and we use the term loosely, educate, he's certainly not going to forget what happened that day, that he does the right thing and does something to make amends before he is facing the great judge, and will have to answer for what he's done. He's already, to a certain extent, answering by the opprobrium that is being piled out online. All of who is this so-and-so? What's his name? In other words, he's not won himself any favors amongst the Irish public by doing what he did the other day. Who knows? That's a form of judgment. But to answer your lady, there will be coincidences. I think it's healthy to decide not to have a number plate that says 666, because unless you're an elitist Freemason who's in service to Satan, and you want to advertise the fact, you know what I mean? And if you're an honest person who is devoted to the truth and devoted to Jesus, I would say to you, look at this presentation, the one that we just flicked through at the end here, the few slides, stop them, freeze them, have a look at them. Maybe invite Jesse to invite me back on, and we'll do that in about 40 minutes, Jesse, not flipping 3 hours like we keep doing all the time,
I like these chats with you. I love you as a person. I think you're a beautiful human being.
Oh,
and
thanks, Jesse.
I enjoy these conversations and stuff. So we tend to go on a little bit longer. And I just wanted to correct that when Denise said that the door was 666, that's not her. She was answering to someone else's question. So she doesn't live at 666, and she turned down the 666, and she's 56. She was born in 66. So
gotcha. I was working it out, yeah, because I'm only a year or so away from my 66. I've already written my will, my last will and testament. So that could be, as a matter of fact, I was watching out. Little interesting anecdote. Interesting, on June the 6th this year. And again, does it mean anything? I don't know. But remember, I said the number 7 is important and the number 6. And believe it or not, on June the 6th this year, I was alive exactly 777 months to the day. So I was prepared. I woke up that morning and I just locked the doors and sat there with a cup of tea. I'm joking, of course, but I was thinking, what might happen today? You never know. But then again, this is part of the drift into fantasism, I suppose, and paranoia and stuff. But you know what? All I can do is day by day do my very best. But I think these slides, when coincidence of that level, and I haven't told you some of the other stuff, Jesse, because there's some stuff I just have to keep private. But I've been dogged by sequences that are uncanny. But because I'm tuned into these possibilities, and it's probably because of that, I looked at the possibility when I heard about Wuhan on September the 12th. I just went, right, let's have a look. 3 things, something happened there. I started putting in the book, and I went, hold on a minute, that's 66 days before. It's 36 days before. What? Hold on a minute. Could this mean something? And I believe it does. And I believe if it finally, let's say we find out a year, 2, 3 years down the line that there was a grand plan, that there's some demonic committee sitting around making sure that these things actually happened on these dates because they had to happen. In other words, the whole Wuhan lab leak, even though we're only just finding out about it now, You go and explore. These dates I had in 18 months ago. It's only the mainstream media is starting picking up on it now. Bombshell report. Something happened in Wuhan in September 2019. Why weren't we told about a thing? And I'm saying, I'll tell you why you weren't told, because it had to happen on September the 19th. It doesn't even matter that there was a leak or there wasn't, but the date had to be recognized. It had to be acknowledged. It had to be marked. Somebody sent me, I haven't checked it out now. Somebody sent me a post the other day. They were listening to this in Ireland, this short presentation about the 666. And they said that it was exactly 666 days between the announcement of COVID or something and the lifting of lockdown measures, something like that, So, well, here we go. This thing, when's don't go out for 6 hours, laughing, I know. But why was social distancing in Ireland was 2 meters? Why? 6 foot 6 inches. You could go out and sit in a pub in groups of 6. Not 7, not 5, not 4, 6. Why? Why? So, I'm reading your comments there that come up as well. Interesting comments. So, so there's either they are ridiculous happenstance coincidences that just so happen to align with the properties of light, with DNA, with atomic structure, with the history of the world, with the rise and fall of kingdoms, with the spirit, mind, body concept, with the mythological stories, the Garden of Eden, the Greek gods, the Roman gods, the Norse gods. It's all intertwined. What's going on? Something is going on. It's a breakthrough, I believe. It's a breakthrough in understanding that accompanies the rise of the age of wisdom. We've had 4,000 years of biblical history. Jesus dies at the age of 33 and a third. When is the witching hour? 3:33 in the morning. Why? That's when they say the spirit world and the human world are closest together. Exactly 3:33 in the morning. Why is there 33 degrees in Freemasonry? Yeah. I could go on. I've done the same thing. I've done a marginal study. I'll develop it. But there's a lot of stuff now to do with Hunter Biden. Go and calculate his name. Very interesting. Hunter Robert Biden. That's his full name, or Robert Hunter Biden. And it even comes out if you just put in Robert Biden and so on. There's something going on there. There's another classic example. I don't want to be too derogatory or defamatory, but arguably you could say there is a classic example of, let's call it in terms of the perfect Adam figure, he would be a dysfunctional example of somebody who's totally captured by the other side. His habits, his personal behaviors, his attitudes, and protected by what? The diabolical system, and so on and so forth. So we could go on for hours and hours in this, but again, I hope people are intrigued enough to look at it. I can suffer, and I have suffered a lot of personal attacks. I know it comes with the territory. You stand up and you speak out against corrupt justice systems. The natural reaction of a devious, diabolical, corrupt system is that it will attack you, because that's what they do. They're not good people. They're not nice people, or they'll direct their minions to do it. Same thing here. If you speak truth, if truth stands on its own, it could be said, and I know this sounds a bit grandiose, but it could be said to be a literal message from God. And ironically, a lot of people will say, well, I don't believe that. Why not? Because I have my religion. And you go, you mean you have a belief system over here that you would like to use to deny self-evident truths, And, that's been one of the arguments I wrestled with in my own religious studies, how religion, which is designed to reconnect us to God, can often be a block to that progress. Isn't that interesting?
Their slogan, someone said here, Stephen, build back better. B is like a 6. B, build back better. Another 666. And in the media, how often do we see, 33 people died of, this thing? When you're watching sports, they show, which when they show 3 minutes and 33 seconds left, or 33 seconds left that they stop the time and stuff like that. So a lot of this symbolism is used, especially through this COVID. It was always 333 people died, 33 people died. Another 33 cases. It was always 33. Why? Because did it really have 33 cases? And for me, when I heard that you said about that 666 abortions,
Yes,
that
there it is.
happened,
Yeah.
but
Second on the bottom left
was
there.
it
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
was it really 666, or is that just what they said they counted as because they wanted that as a symbolic number? Do all the numbers that they say, did really 33 people die of COVID? Did really 33 people just get in a mass suicide or murder? Like, does it really happen to those numbers, or do they just put those numbers out there for whatever reason? They're symbolic sacrifices or whatever it is to their ball or whatever it is that they're doing. So I'm just it's interesting whether or not those numbers actually are real. Like we see the 060606 for Patton, those are obviously real numbers and things, but some of these other numbers doesn't make maybe it's real, maybe it's not, maybe they're just doing it to indoctrinate the masses with these numbers that more of their rituals.
Right. The whole notion, Jesse, and I think we should probably finish with this because I've also got responsibilities here. I have feed my son and stuff. Right. The notion of blood sacrifice and everything. Now, if you and I have an agreement, Jesse, like we had an agreement that I'd come on and talk to you tonight. Okay, let's call that a contract, and but it's a contract we're both aware of, okay? We have an agreement. And as a result of the agreement, you carry out certain actions and I carry out certain actions. Now, believe it or not, and I'll use the term loosely, the diabolicals cannot act without contracting with us. Now, the reason they cannot act without contracting with us, it's a sort of a perverse universal law, if you like, that's a byproduct of the fall. We don't realize that we are contracting with the diabolicals when we carry out particular actions. It's almost as if there will be an almighty judge at some point and will turn around to the diabolicals and say, you did this. Let's say, okay, let's be blunt. You injected, a third of humanity or 2/3 of humanity with these toxic medications and you killed them all. They have to be able to say, wasn't our fault. This is why you got all these laws. It wasn't our fault. We sent them all of the contractual signals that we were going to do it. Some of them are right here in front of you on this slide. They knew they were contracting with Satan. Now, the reason that this has to happen, Jesse, we explained this in another time I talked with you, the 4 levels of reality: beliefs at the bottom, actual reality that we live next, senses, sight, taste, touch, and feel, and all that. Symbolism comes next because it points to perfection. We're supposed to be living in a state of perfection, the Garden of Eden, but we're not. We're living down here in today's current reality, which is clearly very flawed and dysfunctional, right? Beliefs, well, you can believe anything you want. Forget the beliefs for now. So the difference between the reality we're living in here now and perfection, which is the model that we should aspire to, is indicated in the symbolism. But there is the positive symbolism, the 7s and the 4s that align with the light spectrum. And then there is the negative symbolism of 6, which is there because, it is, never mind that. It's, the 6 because, I hit the wrong one. Because it is the number of imperfection. 7 is completion, you see. 6 is incompletion. 6 days out of 7, you see. It's incomplete. It's not finished. And therefore, it's become the traditional number, of imperfection, demonic archetypes, and all this sort of stuff. So, when you see all of these 666s just coming up, it's like a big slap around the face. It's like whatever we call it, whether we call it dark energies, whether we call it the soul of the universe, whether we call it God, whether we call it Satan, there is something putting these symbols and numbers and colors out there for a reason. And even though we can argue, well, listen, it's not really a contract if I didn't understand it. That's not how it works. Human ignorance is almost, it's an accepted reality. Human ignorance is there. But now what I'm saying is now that we're starting to understand this, for example, for me, If I had accepted an injection, for example, I might as well have bought a ticket directly to hell, because I had known about all of this. And for me, it would be, at least in my mind and my spirit, it would be a capitulation to the beast. And I'm constantly working all the time on how I can extricate myself from the clutches of the beast, including whether or not it's a wise move for me next week to go in and lodge an application in the High Court to expose this corrupt judge. I'm stepping back into their circus. However, by doing so, I also point out to all of the Irish public, because I'll broadcast it, what's going on. So there's the value of everybody being better educated as to how dark and corrupt the system is, and the caliber of a lot of these people in so-called judicial positions. Shouldn't be anywhere near a bench unless it's inside a jail, you know. So I've got to weigh that up, but it's in as much as we're all trapped, we're being trapped in it. I didn't want to go into that court the other day. I only went because they threatened to arrest me and take my son away if I didn't. That's unlawful. That's coercion. They can't do it, but they do it because they got the power to do it. What sort of power? Diabolical power. And some of these people have absolutely and totally given over their souls to evil, and they get handsomely rewarded for it. That's largely how the system works, you know. So I'm all for encouraging people to be full of love and all the rest of it, but you imagining that you are full of love while you're walking through the slums and people are dying of starvation and everything, well, you know, it's a somewhat vacuous or empty form of love. I'm not saying it's not self-fulfilling, but surely love means that we care and worry about other people. And as long as, like I say, I imagine people think about God as this glorious being, all powerful and all that. I see a heartbroken grandfather, if you like, who is tortured at the condition of humanity and wants us, Jesse, you, me, and anybody who's awake enough to understand it, to do everything we possibly can to try and restore direct connection with the divine, and in turn recreate the kingdom of heaven on earth as it was intended to be.
Stop torturing the source of all creation by this inverted perversion that seems to be at the forefront of this beast system.
Yes.
Well, I love you, brother. Thank you so much.
Jesse, great.
You know, I truly feel honored that I can call you my friend, and you're welcome. We can book you every single month. Like, you're always welcome to come back here. I know you mentioned if I'll invite you back. You're always invited back. And some other people were saying in the comments, please have them on frequently. So if you'd like to schedule once a month, like, I would be honored to have you and your teachings and just your presence in this conversation between the two of us. I benefit just from, you know, communing with you like this. So, and I can see, like, we've had over 100 to 150 people here live the whole entire time, you know, that have been here. So, you know, definitely resonating with you, your information, and, you know, just your alternative, you know, perspectives. There's obviously a few people that, you know, have said some unruly comments, but we're always bound to attract some haters. What I find fascinating is they'll sit and they'll listen to this whole entire 3.5 hours, but yet say that you shouldn't be teaching, right? Like, you know, but why would you be here for 3.5 hours if you don't resonate, you don't align with? Like, here at the Missing Link, we bring all kinds of people from A to Z, you know, doctors and lawyers and, you know, scholars and people that have been injured and people that have experiences with aliens. You're not going to resonate with everyone. But when you are in the comments here, you know, talking, you know, disrespectfully to anybody that I decide to bring on, it looks poorly on you that you sit here and listen to it, especially that I seen you 3 hours ago still here. Why are you here if you don't resonate with him or what he says?
And it's also possible, and again, I didn't see the comments, sadly, which is a little bit, so whoever made the derogatory comments, look, you know, maybe this isn't the place for them. But funny enough, there's a couple of little quick points, very quick points. First of all, I didn't see them, so no, I haven't been offended personally because it's too difficult to read them while I'm talking as well. But I would be more concerned if there weren't any derogatory comments at all, whilst we're still living in what I call the kingdom of hell. People should be a little bit unsettled by what I'm telling them, because I've had to go through cycles of dismay and disappointment and horror at the realization, oh my God, this is the truth. The truth is not all, roses and daisies and everything. It's great when you're with a loved one or up in a mountain or whatever it might be for a short period of time, and appreciating nature or spending time with decent people, or like even what happened to me in jail. I mean, that's a terribly depressing place to go, especially when you shouldn't be there. I said one of the things I said to one of the wardens there, I said, it's one thing being jailed when you've done something wrong, it's another thing being jailed when you haven't done anything wrong, and it's yet another thing still when you get jailed for doing what is right, But a terribly depressing place. But look what's come out of it. Most people, when confronted by a belligerent, tyrannical judge like that, would melt, kowtow, genuflect, and might get away with a slap on the wrist for something, whether they did it or not. I was adamant that I was innocent, that this has been going on for 6 years. I won't go into the details of it now. But I was insisting. I was saying things to him like, Judge, I said, we need to show the video. There's a video showing that I was innocent of this alleged offense. And he's going, I'll decide whether or not we see a video. I said, just a minute, Judge. If you're not intending to watch the video, I'm going to walk out of here, because it's pointless, me being here, because I already know the witnesses will lie, the state witnesses and everything. They've done it before. So I'm not going to participate. And we had this like exchange. He tried to bully me. Just get on. I'll tell you, I'm in charge here. I'm the judge and all this. I said, no, hold on, Judge. It's my appeal. I am not going to knowingly participate in unlawful, immoral, or criminal activity. I keep saying it. That puts them in such a tight position. But unfortunately, the rules are, once the appeal starts, if I walk out, he could declare me guilty of anything he likes, and which is what he did. He invented another charge that wasn't even on the charge sheet. I told a guard sergeant that she was a liar, and then apologized for hurting her feelings. She accepted the apology 6 years ago. Said you lied in court. And he picked on that, which wasn't even on the charge sheet. He said, that sounds like abusive language to me. What's the maximum penalty? 3 weeks, 3 months. Take him away. And thank God. I'm dead serious now. This is Ireland. It's an absolute banana republic. Absolutely, it's a joke. And eventually, anyway, the positive end of this, though, is that, and I was terribly worried about my son. Luckily, I had a friend with me. I was able to sign over custody of my son to a friend instead of letting the care services take him, because once they get their clutches on him, that's it. It could be years trying to get him back, and it would drive you insane. I know it. I know many people have been through it. We went partly through it ourselves in earlier years. And then, having gotten to the prison overnight, the first night I won't say anything derogatory at all about, because what's happened is, cut a long story short, some decent, righteous, common sense people looked at the situation and said, we can't have this. And the upshot is that I was one of you, or one of the people I was going to get my daughter. I can only get 1 6-minute phone call a day from the prison. You were one of the people I was going to call to say, Jesse can't make it, sorry. But as it turned out, I'd hardly made an offering to God and said, right, well, at least while I'm in here, I'll do something constructive. And again, I'm not trying to sound like a holy Joe. This is what I determined. I had no books with me, I had nothing, only the clothes I was standing in, which were taken off me when I got in there. And I was given prison underpants and socks and a tracksuit bottoms and a T-shirt, But I was treated respectfully, which was really quite unusual going into a prison. And it seemed to me that in advance of me getting out of the Garda van and all the rest of it, and was transported 2 hours to the prison, proper prison, barbed wire, the whole thing, that I was treated, it was like I was being invited into a restaurant instead of being dumped in a prison. And I was, of course, grateful to each of them for being decent. But the decision was made according to their rules. They had the prison authorities have the license to make certain decisions on
the autonomy.
Well, I'm having to go to a Garda station every day now. I have to sign on every day. Once a week, I have to go back to the prison. I have to get another form. At any moment, it could be revoked. I can't go, like I said, running naked in the daisies or anything. I think that would be considered a violation of the terms of release. But this, it's a massive interference in our plans. And but look what's happened by being, argue, it's not courage so much when you're told you're going to jail, because you're just in shock and there's nothing you can do about it then. But leading up to it, it's been courage all the way. Something in the region of about 40 court appearances over the last 6 years, They threw me in jail before. They've come after my children. I've had all sorts of interference in our personal lives and everything. And I constantly stick by my principles. And instead of kowtowing and backing down, I come back at them using their own rules and regulations and warning them in advance and saying, look, you need to know that if you take this course of action and if you try to do this to me or my family, you are siding with the diabolicals. That makes you my enemy. And I won't be nasty, unkind, vicious, or anything like that the diabolicals do, but I will absolutely be, and I suppose you'd use the term, righteous, determined, and absolutely will press my case until you apologize or you're exposed or you're held to account. And we've had a few people have had to be promoted out of their jobs, or have retired suddenly and all the rest of it because, the shame, the opprobrium is starting to grow. But the response to me being jailed, especially leaving Danny vulnerable. But I have friends, in a church community in Dublin, and they moved heaven and earth, not literally, but within a couple of hours of me being incarcerated, Danny was already in a safe place with friends. Messages gone to his sister who's abroad at the moment that if she needed to come back, she'd be ready to do so and all. So the positive side is that we now have, I'd have to go and look at the numbers, Jesse, but I'm not going to be surprised if it's tens of thousands, certainly of Irish people. There was only one post on Facebook earlier who are outraged at the treatment. And I got the opportunity to tell most of the story to them, what was leading up to this, how the newspapers in Ireland are colluding with the courts and corrupt judges and hospitals and all of the so-called professions to destroy people like me who, if you think about it, Jesse, like I say, if we were to fall out, Jesse, it would be a good falling out. I'd hold my own in an argument, but usually that's the way you make good friends. You need to get past that point where you have a good old, hey, well, hold on. And then you go, you know what? I was wrong. I was out of order. Or I'm sorry, I hurt your feelings. And at that point, you've built a platform, right? We both know now where let's not push it past there. We'll keep on cordial terms, But I try to be, like I say, I don't want to sound like a saint or anything because I know I'm not, but I try my best to do what I know to be right. And I allow myself some indulgences to make sure that I don't go insane, because you couldn't be a complete saint. It's just too hard. I'd have been crucified long ago. You know what I mean? So you do your very best, and you hope that people recognize and people are inspired by it, not as a leader, as a companion. And even as I am a teacher, and I say if there was one profession I would call myself, I'd say I'm a teacher. Not so much by my own choice. That's another story, Jesse, if ever I think the audience will be able to hear it. It's a very interesting story and an enlightening, encouraging story. But anyway, I see myself as a teacher. I think, ironically, what I have to teach about at the moment is the nature of human evil and how it's being made manifest in order to lay the practical foundations for people to start to disengage and withdraw from diabolical systems. But if you don't know what they are, you can't do that. So this seems to be the mission at the moment, and you're a wonderful, fortuitous platform for this, for this to happen, Jesse. And I really thank you. And listen, you and I could blow kisses to each other all night. You're so wonderful. I'm so wonderful. Aren't we all lucky and all the rest of it? But genuinely and seriously, Jesse, I'd say far beyond each of our understandings of what we're doing, and I'm almost just talking to you personally now more so than your friends and customers out there. And by the way, I'd like to say thank you so much to those that have stayed and listened. Even those that may have hurled a couple of insults or anything towards us, that's all right. It's okay. I just keep saying it's not, I'm just conveying a message. Yes, I've processed information and I've put it into a package that I'm delivering, the slides or the conversation with Jesse, but it's not my truth. This is our truth. I consider myself very fortunate because it gives me a sense of purpose and meaning in life, that I'm learning things that apparently nobody else has picked up on, in some cases, and I'm delivering them, and I'm open to challenge. Look at the slides and turn around and tell me, you know what, that can't possibly be true because science says this or science that. But the triadic archetype in particular, it seems to be a really strong and stable central core that you can use to approach the whole of the range of human experience. You know, whether you do it in academic terms or physical terms or historical terms or scientific terms, you can use the triadic archetype, and it seems to be a central, like a magnet point. You say, yeah, how much in alignment with the triadic archetype is this construct? For instance, the gender confusion issue, and there's your answer. You know, there's
And
your
you're
answer.
open. You're open to anyone challenging any of your claims with
Yeah.
facts.
Oh,
Please
absolutely.
come with some kind of facts that you
Yeah.
think anything that Stephen said. Don't
Yeah.
come hurling insults. Don't, because that makes you've already lost the argument when you're not coming to, challenge somebody with facts. You're coming with ad hominems. You're actually coming with, words of trying to discredit in character, not what he's saying, but then you have no credibility. You have no truth behind you. You just have your own opinion and your feelings being hurt. And if that's the case, hurtling insults only makes you look poor, not the person that you're hurtling insults towards.
Yeah. So the gender, to summarize the gender issue, I consider myself more fortunate. I think there's a fair observation. I'm more fortunate than, let's say, a gay man. And again, we'll just keep it simple. In as much as human society, at least to date, has aligned itself more or less roughly along the masculine feminine dimension. So as a man in a man's body who identifies as a man, who does manly stuff, plays rugby, climbs mountains and all that stuff, it's easier for me to inhabit a world that is aligned with the masculine and feminine. It would, of course, be much more difficult for me to function in a world that is, let's use the term, prejudiced towards multi-gendered people, for example, like we see in companies being forced to hire more women or more black people or now more transgender people to fill quotas, or else they lose their funding and all that. These are artificial interferences in universal law. And it's not about me not feeling comfortable in a world that is dominated, let's say, by the LGBTQ community, only if my discomfort is because of its misalignment with universal law. So in other words, as I try to align myself better and better with the original notion of God's plan for the universe and God's plan for humanity as we best understand it, as I do my best as an individual to align with that and not participate in activities or constructs or businesses or ideologies that attack that and want to destroy that. That's the difference between good and evil. And all we're trying to say is to people is, please, people, look at the logic here. If you're a gay person or a person trapped in confused ideology, listen, compassion. I would never be unkind to you. I'm not going to sleep with you, because that would be a departure from my principles, But, I understand that you, just like me, fall somewhat short of the original model of perfection. It just happens to be in this sexual arena. It's a bit more clearer, than in other areas. It's quite clearly not the original universal law of gender, which says we made them male and female. We made them in our image and likeness, male and female, to go forth and multiply and have dominion over the earth. Yeah. Not we made them. Oh, I'm not quite sure what we made them. I don't know what sort of thing we're going to call them. How can you align back with the original concept, spirit, mind, and body, if your mind and your body isn't in alignment with your spirit, and your sexuality? I even said it many years ago, before I even understood this the way I do now. I was advising my children and anybody who'd listen that one's sexuality is inherently connected to one's spirituality. Why? Because it is at the core of your identity. And that's what got me thinking about it. Oh, well, how can a hermaphrodite, who has male and female bits, so to speak, could arguably claim to be either on any given day, depends which way they brush their hair type of thing. How do you reconcile that very good person, right? Let's say they're a really good person, honest, sincere, all have positive characteristics, but they're in this body where naturally they're confused about their sexuality, or or they're they've got multiple sexual leanings because this is how they've been made. How do you reconcile that with a heavenly God who's in charge of creation? Well, the one way you can do it is with this explanation. When the fall happened, Adam and Eve started doing it when they weren't supposed to, and next thing you know, you've got kids multiplying all over the universe and they're not connected to God, picking mates for the wrong reason. Whereas in the animal kingdom, for example, usually speaking, the lion or the females choose the strongest lion or whatever it might be, offer themselves up to ensure in a physical, natural world that the best progeny is produced. They're responding to their divine connection, instinct, nature. We have departed from that somehow, and this is one of the results of it, is this block of proactive gay people and lesbians and all that. So, this group, LGBTQ group, now having gained some political foothold and so. But again, to go back, finally, Jesse, I'll look at it. Definitely 4 hours. Definitely, I'm gone. Right. If my son could divorce me, I think he'd have done it by now. But no, luckily he's with a friend, John. And it's not John the Baptist, but it's a John. He's probably having a couple of beers downstairs. But I think I just heard him laugh, which means he's probably listening to this. So anyway, Saturday night is Danny's takeaway night, and we'll have to go and get something. So no, finally, I'd say to go back to the final point. The final point I'll make here, Jesse. We talk about all of the gender confusion, but in context of the original model of creation, like I said in one of the slides, this is like a repeat of the fall, except this time it's the people, the string pullers at the top of the diabolical pyramids, this globalist entity. Now, don't forget all our governments and democracies. They all come in under this thing now. They're all being dictated to. The World Health Organization dictating and everything. They're not elected officials. We didn't put them there. They've been put there by powerful entities, by Bill Gates, by the Chinese government, by whatever, the Chinese Communist Party. They've all been put there to carry out a function. And they're being treated as if they are sovereign, authorities. They're not. They're diabolicals. Not necessarily in their individual characteristics, but in the system they're representing. And inasmuch as they are advancing this gender confusion ideology, I use that term, gender confusion. I'm sorry I'm not trying to offend anyone. I'm not confused. I know exactly what I am. I'm a horse in a dog's body, and and whatever it might be. Look, I know I'm being a bit flippant. I'm not insulting your own personal sense of identity. What I'm saying is that if it were the case, which I'm suggesting is the case, that the people at the top of most human institutions, especially the large ones, and especially the powerful and the rich ones, if those people have been ensnared through a progressive selling of their souls, so to speak, in return for earthly rewards, in return for power, prestige, possessions, and all that, if those people have been compromised to the point where they are now under the control of, let's say, the same sort of satanic forces that caused the fall, then this is exactly the agenda they would be promoting. Gender confusion, destroy the notion, God's original notion of Adam and Eve, tree of knowledge of good and evil, the tree of life, coming together in the Garden of Eden, creating the harmonious kingdom of heaven and earth. You destroy that, you destroy people's notion of sexuality, you destroy that concept. That's why we should be very, very alert to it. Don't tell these people they're evil. That's not the case. Confused, yes. Misguided, yes, as all of us are to a certain extent. Not so much judgment, encouragement. Please, this is inappropriate in front of the children. Because the laws are not being made by us, the sensible, moral people. The laws are being made by the diabolicals. And whatever confidence you had in law, guys, understand this. There were no laws in the Garden of Eden. Even when God said you can do everything you like, but don't do that. It wasn't a law. It was a suggestion. It was a direction. It was a parent speaking to his children to you wouldn't need them because we'd all have our own sovereign identity. So watch out for this. The law has been captured as well by the diabolicals. It's been a long time since it didn't. Some laws obviously align with moral values, but most of them are there to protect the interests of the establishment. And the establishment is not of God. My kingdom is not of this world, as your man said.
Well, thank you so much. We're coming right up on that 4-hour mark. I think 4 hours is our number because I think we go 4 hours every single time we come up here. Our conversations, if my memory serves me correct, I think most of our interviews one-on-one have been around the 4-hour mark. So,
well, yeah, we've had 2 long ones now. Yeah, I think I've been on. This is the 3rd time. I think, Jesse. I think the first one was 4
time,
maybe
and then the once with the panel. So you've been four times now.
Okay. Well, look, as to your offer and the invitation, and I graciously accept, and it would be something I dearly look forward to, Jesse. I'll talk to you afterwards about it. I love the idea because not only I love the idea of preparing maybe a 10 or 12 slide presentation. I'll say to you a 40-minute, because it's the 40, the rebirth number and everything. No doubt it'll probably end up going to 70 minutes, which is the number of completion. But we'll try and stay in that parameter, But I'd be delighted to accept an invitation, provided I have material that I believe is worthy to be shared. Well, I would say to you at the moment, there's no danger of us running out before Christmas. If I were to come on once a month, we could pick a topic, something interesting and local, and we try and stick to it as much as possible. There's some things, obviously, I know little or nothing about. But I think the main important things I've got a reasonable grasp, and I'm open. I'm very much open to debate, as you saw when we were on that panel. People have very different opinions and everything on there. But there are some things that I do know, and I hope that people see them as having value and will adopt it and realize it's not my truth. I keep saying this, it's not my truth. It's our truth if it speaks for itself, if it is its own witness, if you cannot find an argument. And I think what would be really interesting, especially with your Christian listeners, would be one day to talk the real story of Jesus.
Sounds good, brother. Love you, man. Have a wonderful rest of your evening. I think it's midnight there now in Ireland.
Yeah.
Make sure you give Danny a big hug from us. Tell him thank you. Tell him everybody here at the Missing Link is sending him love.
Yeah,
and to you, we appreciate you and all that you're doing. You're very humble, and you say that about the divine, and well, if I am, but you are a divine man doing wonderful teachings, and God is proud. The Father is proud, of you. It's been a rough ride for you, as it is when you're battling against a beast system, but you keep on persevering, you keep on going. You got the support of thousands, if not millions of people around the world that have heard you so far. And those numbers will just continue to grow as we enlighten anybody that's willing to listen.
Wonderful, Jesse. Now, listen, I'm going to have to tell you, we've got to keep the compliments a bit short. I'll tell you why, because apparently there's a phrase in the Bible that says, hey, you get told you're wonderful too often here, you'll get no reward up there, type of thing. I'm only joking. Thank you.
Yeah, Jesse, I'm not too worried about up there. I'm not too worried about down there. I believe if you've got goodness in your heart, we've all made, mistakes in our lives. We're doing the best we can. We're battling a beast system. And even if you were put into these positions of, medical or, position of security, policing, and you're doing these things that probably may not be the best in your heart, if you still have a good heart and you're still trying your best to work with whatever cards you've been dealt or whatever you're put in, you don't really have to worry about the other side. I think that's one of the fallacies that they teach us. Be afraid. If you don't be as perfect as you can here, you better be scared of the other side. And I think that makes, that fear is not what this intention is. Be the best you can, do the best you can, be the kindest, help out wherever you can, just be a good person with whatever situation and circumstances you have. And don't be afraid of the other side, because the other side loves you. You were created by the other side. So don't be afraid, with unless you are actively going and harming, and, then you might have something to worry about. But for the majority of people on earth, that's not the case. Most of people have been taught and programmed and put into these feared off, and 99.999% of people are going to be okay on the other side. There's just that small percentage that are actively doing things to destroy that probably may come back here as a rock or some food for some other animal or something like that over and over and over again. That's the type of HE double hockey stick that I think is on the other side, not some burning fiery pit that you'll be there forever. I think reincarnation is where you come in depending on how you are, and if you come as a scumbag, well, you might have to relive being in some horrific reincarnation for a while until you decide
as a toilet roll. That would be
but I think that's
toilet roll. Yeah. Jesse, listen, good talking to you, buddy. Thank you for the invitation. I'm flattered to be invited back. I'm encouraged at your comments. I'm very grateful to the people who've had the patience to sit here through this. I believe I do waffle on a wee bit. I think a lot of what I say does have some value, but we must really, Jesse, try and cut it short, because it's one thing asking someone to sit and listen to an hour of something, and another, and also we can just break it down. If I do come on regularly, I'd be more than happy to try and prepare something again along the lines of what we did today, 10 or 12 slides on a subject. It'll take me, these slides often take me hours to put together, but it's a good way of doing things. And it fits the platform we're using here as well. So I'm going to say goodnight, Jesse, and thank you to your listeners and even the begrudgers and the ones who attack. Mind you, bear in mind, you might have a couple of anonymous people, if they see me, I mean, they've got reason to want to, take a shot at me.
Silent you, yeah.
You know what? It's all right. It's all right. Well, it's not all right, really, but when I say it's all right, I've long since understood that this is part of the course we're on. There are some dark forces at work. They work through human agency. I do my best when I meet them in person. I do my best to nullify that resentment and that animosity, even as I did today, collecting my vehicle, which was impounded unnecessarily by the police. Cost me several €100 to get it back. Friends went to collect it. It wasn't there. It was gone. It's been smashed, broken, and things like that. And you know that somebody has done something vindictive, unnecessarily, out of spite. But you know that that's part of it. That is part of it. And the challenge for me and people like me is not to succumb to the devilish urge to punch somebody's lights out like I was accused of. That's what I was accused of doing. It never happened. My arm was down by my side. Anyway, it's not to do that, but to maintain a sense of dignity and peace, even in the midst of the battle, so to speak. That's the best way to combat this. We cannot become diabolicals to be the diabolicals, but we do have to understand them and understand the dangers of being too close to them, being entwined with them, funding them, facilitating them, or whatever it is. Jesse, I've really got to go. Love you, buddy.
Love that. You have a wonderful evening. Thanks, everybody, for all your likes, comments, hearts, shares, and stars. We appreciate all of your love and support. With like what Sandy said, she's like, and this was about a half an hour ago, I love how we're not be able to leave almost 4 hours, but we cannot leave him. So definitely compelling man, compelling story. Thank you, everybody. We love you all. This was another amazing week. This is our 7th interview that we've done this week on The Missing Link. Number seven, 7th interview. You got another completion, a number 7. So next week on The Missing Link, we've got Jennifer Neefer on Monday. We've got a Michael Bell on Tuesday. We've got Josephine J. Walsh on Wednesday. We've got Todd Medina from Zoology on Thursday. And we got Tony Rodriguez on Friday. So that's this upcoming week on The Missing Link. I love y'all. Please, I'm Jesse Howell, your host. Please leave some comments, what you thought about this live, what you thought about Stephen, what you think about The Missing Link, whatever you want to whatever you want to write down and share. And we'll see you next time we see you. Stephen, may the source be with you like it is in all that you do. And everybody that's watching, may the source be with y'all. Protection, love, energy to everyone out there. And we'll just see you next time we see you back on The Missing Link. Sounds